Hello, 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 folks. How are we doing today? I hope everyone had an excellent week so far. How is the new year treating y'all? Hey, Chris, good to see you. How's everybody doing? I hope everyone is looking forward to continuing our full stack review today. Getting a lot of rest. Yeah, actually, I am. Um, yeah, yeah, I have been getting really good rest lately. Yesterday, I cleaned out my car. That's always a good thing to do occasionally. Vacuumed it and all that stuff because I have a dog, so things get kind of messy in there. So I feel pretty accomplished so far. All right, we're going to get started here shortly. I'm pumped for today. We're going to finally finish building our full stack app that we started working on last week. Hey, Hassler, good to see you. Hey, Rascal. Finally, we are live. Indeed, we are. All right, folks, the counter has counted down to 0, so let's go ahead and get started. All righty, good to see everybody today. And yeah, I hope everybody had a good week. So today is going to be, hey, Blue Dream, good to see you. So today is going to be a continuation of last week. However, if you missed last week, you're okay. You'll be fine. This is going to be a chill and sort of laid back review of the components and construction of a basic full stack application. Um, and we're going to be using MVC structure to build it. So it's going to be a very organized structure for our files, using MongoDB as our backend. And then just a very simple front end. However, we're going to be covering all of our bases, and we're going to be the finished product here, which we are going to finish it today. The finished product is going to perform all the basic operations that you need for a full stack application. Um, we're doing it live. Indeed, we are. Hey, Arshad, good to see you. Yeah, so last week we made it through. I think we got over halfway done last week because we built out a lot of the basic structure, the basic file structure that we would need. We built out our database structure. Um, we built out one of our pages for the app, and yeah, we covered the first two basic components of what an app needs to do, which is create and read data. And so today we're going to be finishing up the last two components, which are update and delete data. So we're going to be plugging those in there, and we're going to be getting it fully running and fully set up. Hey, Adil, welcome. So we are using we're using kind of modified MERN stack today. We're using MongoDB as our backend. We're using Express, Node, but then we're not using any React on the front end today because what I wanted to focus on with this build was really sort of the what's behind the scenes, like the structure of how we build the behind the scenes, how we build that backend. And the front end is really just a shell to allow us to interact with the app and to do those CRUD operations with our app. But yeah, we're using MongoDB as our backend. We're using Node and Express. And then we are using EJS to make the data display dynamically to the user, but no React for this one. No Bootstrap either. Yeah, we're focusing on code architecture mostly, Adil. Yeah. How that code is structured, what components we need, really how do you get it up and running? And so then you can take this template when we're done, you can take this template and build whatever you want with it. You could slap React on the front end. You could slap Bootstrap on the front end, Tailwind. You could change it from EJS to handlebars, whatever you want to do. The front end is really more flexible. What I'm giving you is a sort of a component, a sort of a template that you can use and then build something cool on top of it. Because yeah, I want to see you build cool stuff. Hey, unicorn, welcome. Yeah, that's great. Good to see you, Leah. Hey, Leah. You did an awesome job on the tea spill. That was great. I loved hearing from you. So great work on that. Hey, Kevin. Welcome. Yeah, no, it was great to hear your story. Yeah. Hey, Champo. Okay, so again, I said like I mentioned earlier, if you missed last week's lesson, don't worry. I'm going to give you the starter code from where we left off last week, so you can get that code running and then continue to build along with us if you would like. However, if you are newer to full stack and you don't feel comfortable building along with us yet, that's completely fine. We have the finished product as well. So if you just want to follow along using the finished code, you can do that as well. So I'll give you two options. One, you can use the starter code and build along with the remainder of the app with us today. Option two is you can just look at the finished repo and kind of pick out the parts and follow along with us as we go. So it's up to you. Hey, Adil. Adil says, I always struggle on how to organize or structure my code. Yeah. So the cool thing about, full stack development is that there's several sort of predefined structures out there that you can use. And so what we're using for this particular app is what's called MVC structure. And someone in chat, can you tell us what MVC stands for? Anyone in chat remember what that stands for while I take a drink? Mm-hmm. Yeah, model view controller. Exactly. So yeah, model view controller. And that what we're and but the essence of really any structure, right? There's a ton of different structures out there that you could potentially use. But the essence of any structure is that it just allows you to divide your code up into chunks that make sense, group those chunks together in folders, and then link those folders together, importing, exporting, that kind of type of thing. And so there's tons of different structures out there. Everybody's gonna say theirs is the best, but we're just picking one today, and what we're using is MVC. For smaller apps, for larger apps, there may be a certain structure that makes more sense. If you're working on an app with a group of people, maybe you want to structure that app based on each person's expertise, so everybody can work on an individual part of that app themselves. But yeah, right tool for the job, right? And so for this simple app, we're using MVC. But yeah, there's different options out there. Yeah, and some frameworks have to use a certain structure. Yeah, exactly. But again, like with most things in development, it's the right tool for the right job, right? And so we'll be using MVC today because that's what we've already used to start this. We've already done half of it, and that first half that we did was using MVC. However, after we're done, if you want to take this app and move it to a different structure, then you are welcome to do so. Like I say, I'm going to link the repo. And here in a minute, and you can do whatever the heck you want with it. Yes, Captain, we are going to be adding more paths to our routes folder. Yep, we're going to be adding so last time, and we're going to go through what we did last time also. Last time what we did is we added routes for the create and read paths. But if you know that your acronym of CRUD, we still have two more paths to go. And so the two remaining paths are what? What is it? So we've done create and read in CRUD. What are the last two paths? What are the two paths that we haven't done yet? Our two basic operations that we haven't done yet. Yeah, update and delete, indeed. Exactly. So we're going to do those today. And so, yes, we are going to be adding some more routes to our folder. We're also going to be adding another view that is going to be our update view. And we're going to be adding some more controllers that are going to be controlling our the actual logic that happens when somebody wants to update or delete something. So first off, repos. Let me get those for you. So if you want to follow along with us today, the starter code is here. The starter code is here. And this is, it contains everything we did last time with only the create and read um, paths complete. However, if you don't feel comfortable coding along with us today, that's perfectly fine. If you want to just use the finished code and follow along with that, or if you just want to drop off the stream and take the template and run, that's fine too. I can't stop you. The overall finished code is here. So there's two repos there. One of them, the one that says create read only, that is the one that basically our starting point for today. The one that says basic MVC CRUD template, that one is everything done, and it has instructions in the README and how to get it up and running, and all that stuff. So those are your two options today. You can pick which route you would like to follow. And if anybody needs the repos later on, of course, I'll link them again. So if you are starting with the create read only template, which is this one here, when you clone it down, I would, you can fork it, clone it, copy the code, whatever you want to do. When you get it onto your machine in some form or fashion, you're going to need to make sure that you set up your env file in the config folder. So once you get it down on your machine, you need to go into the config folder and set up your .env file. And what do we put in our .env file? What do we put in our env file? What is it for? If you're new to the stream, I ask a lot of questions, and that's not because I don't know the answer. That's because I want folks to feel engaged and to think about what those answers are. Why are we doing something, right? Why do we do these things, these extra steps? What are they for? And so if you're new to the stream, that's why I ask questions. Private stuff. Yeah, exactly. Our secrets, configurations. Yeah. And it could be for a lot of things. Really anything that you want to still be able to access, like when you're running the app, but that you don't necessarily want to push up to GitHub. And we can use environment variables for that. We can store those variables inside of our environment, our .env file, and then use our .env package to access those from within the .env file. So in this case, what we're putting in there is our database string config files. Yeah, and you can. So in the case of this app, you could put your port value in there. In this, the way I have it written currently, the port is just inside of our server.js. But you could also move the port into the .env file if you would like to. Yeah, that's absolutely up to you. As you start to incorporate more third-party services into your apps, such as, say, Cloudinary for images, APIs with keys, API keys, things like that. Those are things that you would also put in your env file. Yeah. But in our case, all we have in the env file at the moment is a database string. And I'm showing this to you for educational purposes. So just know that I'm showing this to you for educational purposes. Please don't mess with my stuff. Build your own database string. Okay. But yeah, so inside, this is my database string here. My variable is called db_connection. I've got my username here, password here. And then what is the third thing that I need to add to my database string? So we have the username, which MongoDB will give you, the password, which you need to add. What is the third thing that we need to add to our database string? I'm going to scroll down just a little bit there. Oh, thank you for the follow, Insidious. Yeah, we need to add the name of where we're putting our stuff, right? Yeah, exactly. Yep, we're adding the name of where we're putting our stuff. And terminology is always something we like to review here. So what we're adding into our string, is our it's our database name. right? And inside of databases, so we're talking about, and I'll get into NoSQL versus SQL here in a second, but we're using NoSQL today. We're using MongoDB as our backend. Um, and what we're connecting to here in our string is a database. And then inside of our model, we are connecting to our collection. So collections are smaller than databases, right? You can have you have a database, and then inside of that database, you can have multiple collections. And then inside of those collections, you have multiple documents, right? And so in a single app, we're connecting to one database, right? But we could connect to multiple collections because we would have multiple models set up to handle those different collections. Now, what could be a possible reason why we might have multiple collections inside of a single database for our app? What's an example of that we've done before? Oh, thank you, 27. Appreciate it. What's a reason why we might have multiple collections for a single app? This might be a bit of a tough question, but think about it. We've done it before. Most of you have. Storing different types of information, different endpoints. Yeah. A very common one is login information. Yeah, exactly like 21 said. Login information. If you're doing any type of authentication, you don't want to store user information, credentials, all that type of thing in the same collection as you're storing your, I don't know, to-do list items or something like that. Like that's no, that separate things should be in separate collections, separate, separate buckets of data should be in separate collections. And so, what you'll often find is that when you set up authentication, you'll have your usernames and hashed passwords are going to be in one collection. You'll have your session information for the users in another collection, and then you'll actually have your app data, the stuff that the user sees. That'll be in a third collection. So at minimum, you'll have three collections if you have an app with authentication. And then you might have even more for different endpoints or different types of information. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. And so that's a good segue into when we're talking about um, Rascal says, "You mean I can't throw all my toys in a single chest like as a kid?" Yeah. Man, I'm still salty about the time that my mom took all my Lego sets and dumped them into the same bin and mixed all the pieces together. Still salty. So different collections for different types of data. Uh, but yeah, so collections. So talking about like NoSQL versus SQL, right? So actually, in my day job, I am a SQL developer. I work with Oracle databases at the enterprise level, doing exclusively SQL development. And so that is my bread and butter. And so it's nice for me to practice with NoSQL solutions, not at work, uh, and get familiar with those as well and see both sides of it. So yeah, that we're using NoSQL today, but that doesn't mean that MySQL or something is or Postgres or whatever is a bad solution. In fact, they can be interchangeable for various types of things. But again, right tool for the job. And so today we're just going to be using a NoSQL solution, MongoDB. For practice for me, and NoSQL is what a lot of my viewers are familiar with as well. Um, and so Adil asks, are collections like schema or tables? So I would say that collections are going to be very similar to tables if you want to think about it in terms of, SQL versus NoSQL. Of course, they're not, there's no, and collections store documents, which if you're thinking about a traditional table structure, a document is almost like a row in a table, right? So your collection is going to be like your table and your document is going to be like your row. However, it's important to remember that relational databases are relational, right? The rows are related to each other, whereas in a NoSQL solution, they are not. They are stored as separate objects and just grouped within the collection. So I think that's probably the most important difference to understand. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to assume that folks have been able to copy down the repo. get it open on their machine, and also get their database DB variable plugged in, hopefully with their database name inside of their .env file in the config folder. And so, all right, you've got your variable in place. Theoretically, you're ready to connect to your database. What's another thing that you need to do when you first download an app, an existing app from GitHub? What's another thing you might need to do before you can run it? If we're talking about an app that has a package.json file, what's something else that you need to do? Yeah, you need to do your npm I or npm install to install dependencies. Now, Chanpo, you actually don't need to do npm init because the package.json file already exists. So all you need to do is actually just in your terminal, you just need to do npm I, npm install, whatever suits your fancy, and that will read the package.json file and install the dependencies. And so in this case, the dependencies that we're using for this particular app are .env, EJS, Express, Mongoose, and NodeMon. Yeah. And so for, let's just review quickly what each of these do. We're not going to go too in depth, but .env, pretty self-explanatory, right? This is what allows us to access our .env file. So .env is what allows us to access our .env file. EJS, what is EJS? Tech loves acronyms, as you might have discovered. The tech industry is very fond of acronyms. They sound cool, but when we talk about EJS, what is that? What does it do for us? And if we don't know, that's okay. You're allowed to say, I don't know. Something, something JavaScript. Yeah, it's a templating language, exactly. So what it allows us to do is it allows us to take data from our backend, from our server, things that are given to the front end by the controllers. Like, for example, we might have a list that comes from our database that could be of any length. It could be 0 items, it could be 50 items, right? And that data gets sent to the front end. EJS takes that and then can render it out into 0 or 50 list items and then display that as HTML in the browser for the user. Yeah. And so it allows us to embed JavaScript functionality in our front end, and then display it to the user or in the browser as HTML. It gets rendered in the browser as HTML. And so you can write it very similarly to HTML using all your favorite HTML tags, but then also using JavaScript within that to do things like for each, for loops, conditionals, that type of thing, all the things you would do in JavaScript. And then when it displays and when you do an inspect in the browser, whatever, it just looks like HTML. Yeah. And as Blue Dream put it, allows us to dynamically display info. Absolutely. That's a great summary. Yeah, we can, and we actually are. Well, we'll look at that in a second. We actually are looping through some data in the way we're using EJS in this app is that we have a list that could be of any length, and we just want to display that as X number of list items on our user-facing view. And so what we're doing is we're taking that information from the back end, looping through it X number of times, as many times as we need to, and turning those into list items. Yeah. Middle Geek says, so like a PHP type of thing. I actually haven't used PHP, so someone who's familiar with PHP might be able to confirm or deny that statement. I don't know enough about PHP to tell you. And then also Express, which essentially just allows us to use certain built-in methods to more quickly set up our node environment in our server environment. Um, and you don't have to use Express if you're building a full stack app. You could just use raw Node, but it's much harder. So Express is the way to go. It's what you're going to use 99% of the time. Um, and then, all right, what is Mongoose? What does Mongoose do for us? What does Mongoose help us do? It's a funny name, but what is it for? Yeah, it allows us to talk to our database. Exactly. It allows us to talk to our 21, you're technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. Yeah. Um, yeah, Mongoose allows us to do a lot of things, but in a nutshell, it allows us to talk to our database more effectively, right? Um, and talking to our database more effectively can consist of a lot of things. But primarily it consists of a lot of really useful built-in methods that are sort of written in plain English, like such as, find one allows us to tell MongoDB to go find us one matching record. Find one and update allows us to find a record and update it. Find is just find everything. There's a lot of different built-in methods that allow us to basically think of English words that are doing what we want, and then Mongoose is like, yeah, I got that, and then it goes and talks to MongoDB exactly, in its terms what it needs to get done. So Mongoose is not actually the place where we're storing our data. We're storing our data in MongoDB, which is a NoSQL database storage solution. However, Mongoose is the middleware that allows us to more effectively talk to MongoDB. So that's an important distinction. Mongoose isn't storing anything, but MongoDB is. MongoDB is NoSQL. That's correct. Yeah. Um, we can interact with it, using Mongoose and just in JavaScript. We don't need to write any SQL commands. Um, and another thing that Mongoose allows us to do is it allows us to write what we call schemas, which allow us to. So the pitfall of storing things in a NoSQL database such as MongoDB is that it's not relational. By default, it has no structure. You can just dump, like we were talking about earlier. You can just dump all your toys in the toy chest if you wanted, right? Everything could just exist as non-related documents with whatever the hell structure you want, and for the most part MongoDB would not care. um, However, sometimes you do want to structure your data just a little bit, right? If you have an app that needs to always bring back the same data types to populate certain fields, right? Or if you have multiple apps that are accessing the same data, you want to make sure that they are always getting back what they expect every single time. And so Mongoose allows us to create what we call a schema, which allows us to structure our data, assign certain default data types such as string, number, allows us to control what fields are written into the database. Allows us to set default values for those fields if no value is provided. And so it essentially allows us to build blueprints for our data. Yeah. Yeah, and there's all sorts of tools out there. Like Mittel says, there's all sorts of tools out there that can allow you to kind of cross the streams a little bit, right? And and mix SQL and NoSQL, and and as these different types of databases become more prolific, the more tools you're gonna have to access them. For now, we're gonna keep it fairly simple with just using Mongoose to talk to MongoDB, but yeah, you can definitely explore those additional tools that are out there. And Deal says, now I'm wondering if Twitch chat is stored in NoSQL or SQL. I don't know. I haven't really explored the Twitch API. I'm sure there is one out there because people build amazing things, overlays and things for Twitch. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so last one here on the list is NodeMon. What does NodeMon do for us? There's something of a clue in the name, right? It does contain the word node. So it has to have something to do with, our server, something like that. What does it do? I play drums says keeps the demons out. Okay, fair enough. Good guess. Oh, thank you for the follows, Cretina and Oryx Orca. Yeah, exactly. What it allows us to do is it monitors for changes in data, right? Particularly by default, it monitors for changes in JavaScript files. And so once once you start it running, it's going to listen for any changes in any of the JavaScript files in your apps. And as soon as you make a change and save it, it's going to refresh and essentially restart the server, and then hopefully apply your changes in the browser. um, yes, it monitors, exactly. Yep. um, and so, yeah, once you save it, then those changes are automatically refreshed and displayed to you in the browser. Now, by default, it does not listen for changes in CSS and HTML, or basically any files that are not strictly JavaScript .js files. That's something you can adjust. You can have it listen for other types of changes. We're not going to do that today. We're just going to stick with defaults here. But just FYI. Yeah, so Mitchell says they were working on a project that used Apache Hadoop on Amazon Web Services. All the devs were stuck in the SQL mindset, kept telling them they need to think of the draw in JSON blobs. Yeah, so that's why I like to play with other types of backend on my off hours, right? Because I work with SQL all day long. I work with relational databases 40 hours a week, and so that's why it's you got to keep fresh. You got to not get yourself stuck in one particular groove or mindset, and experiment with other tools and ways of thinking. Woo, sorry if that was super loud, but thank you so much for the gifted subs, Dion. Make me jump. Thank you. If you just received a gifted sub from Dion, please thank them and check out the new emojis that you now have access to, because I've got some pretty cool emojis, or emotes, on my channel, if I do say so myself. But yes, please thank them. Thank you so much, Dion. I really appreciate it. And Dion says, got a raise working a new IT job, but remembered how much I hated IT because it kills my ambition to do anything else. Find a bug in the multi-billion-dollar company website and no one is taking it seriously. Really was the final straw and made me want to get back into 100 devs. Yeah, absolutely. There's never a bad time to get back into learning how to code, learning how to get a good job, get a better job. Because yeah, I've been there. I've been in those types of jobs where you feel like you've discovered something miraculous, and then they're like, "Yeah, thanks, yoink," and you get nothing out of it. So you don't deserve that. You deserve better. So get in there. Yeah, absolutely. Get back to it. Deal says, "What is 100 devs?" Aha. Well, 100 Devs is a completely free way to learn how to be a web developer from scratch. And the second part of that is that you can also then learn how to get a job. So once you learn the skills, then you learn how to get a job. And S. Albert has triggered one of my commands there in chat and has linked a few crucial links for you there, including the website, Leon's Twitch channel. So Leon Noel is the founder of 100 Devs. It's completely free. There are no fees. It is just a community that learns how to code together and then gets jobs together. And it's pretty fantastic. The Discord is super active. I would highly suggest checking it out. Lots of channels there, and everybody is there for the same reason, to learn how to code and then get a job from it. So I myself did not get my job from 100 Devs. However, I still highly support the community because I think it's one of the best things I've ever encountered on the internet. But yeah, if you're wondering about it, if you're skeptical about it, check it out. Feel free to ask questions. I'm happy to answer. And yeah, I'm one of the volunteers, sort of peripheral, almost like a TA for 100 Devs. I kind of just help teach, help with the concepts, and yeah, no strings attached. And Kevin says, to be honest, the more experienced I become, the more junior I feel. Oh man, I love that feeling. it just shows that you're gaining more awareness of the world around you, right? Of the world of possibility, and you start to see how big it is. And how many things you could potentially explore. I've said it before, but I personally love being the most junior person on a team. I used to hate it. I used to be like, oh my gosh, I don't know anything. Like everybody's going to think I'm stupid. But honestly, what I found is that folks in tech love to share their knowledge, right? They love to share the cool way they found to do something, or here's the neat thing that I discovered, let me show you. Or, oh, you don't know how to do that, let me show you how to do that. And so when I'm the most junior person on a team, then it's like, oh man, I have so many cool people to ask questions of, and share knowledge, and share knowledge with. Yeah. And so that's a good sign when you feel like, oh man, if you start to think, man, like I feel like I just don't know anything. And then that's a good thing, because then now you are open. Now you are ready to absorb knowledge rather than thinking, oh, I already know that, I don't need to learn it. So that's a great feeling to have, actually. I like that feeling. Oh yeah, and Bomboloni, yeah, that's a good suggestion. So I'm gonna add also Leon's YouTube channel to the Leon command. Yeah, thank you for that. Good idea. All right. Oh, we got a stretch there. Okay. Oh, that was good, actually. My shoulder kind of popped a little bit. Perfect. Okay, so we talked about all of our dependencies. So hopefully you've done your npm install, and you've installed those dependencies. You've got your database variable set up. You're ready to run the app as it is. Remember, it's not complete yet. It only has the create and read, but it does run, right? You have access to your one page. So um, let's see. If I look in my server.js, I can see that we're going to be running on port 8000. Now, this may not be what you're running on. That's just what I have in there. You can change it to whatever port you want, just a currently unoccupied port on your machine. Now, how do I know how to start my app? How do I know how do I know how to get it running? In this case, there's, let's see, hang on. I think I have actually, I think I have my file switched on. I think this is the completed version. Wait, is it? No, it's not. Never mind. Okay, good. So, in this case, there is no README here that says exactly how to get started, but how can I figure it out? How can I figure out what script I'm supposed to use? Yeah, we can look in our package.json, right? And then we can look and see, is there a start script? So in this case, there is. And so we can just use the keyword of npm start, yeah, to get it running. All right, so I'm going to type npm start, and then we'll see if it runs. Okay, and you might get like a deprecation warning. It's okay, just don't worry about it. It's still going to run. So we can see two things down here that tell me I've had success. Server running on port 8000. That means our server is listening for activity on port 8000. And I'm also connected to my database. MongoDB connected, blah, 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 database information. Now I should be able to view it here in the browser. So I'm going to reload this, and yep, there it is. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can actually see it. And yeah, the app is now running. Angular developer says, I saw Chat GPT, and now I'm not motivated to learn web development. I think Chat GPT will replace me. Incorrect. It will not. Chat GPT can certainly spit out code, but what Chat GPT does not understand is context. It doesn't understand why the code is needed. It doesn't understand how to take in business requirements and then turn those business requirements into features. It doesn't understand how to make the components it's generating relate to each other. So what ChatGPT does not understand is the big picture, and so that's what devs are for. Right now, I treat ChatGPT kind of like Stack Overflow, where it can answer questions, it can help me with snippets, which is fine. That's what I would have used Stack Overflow for anyway. But yeah, it's not there. It's not gonna. It doesn't truly understand why it's doing the things it's doing. It's just giving you what it hopes is the correct answer for your specific question. Yeah, it's just another tool. Exactly. And it will get better. I'm sure it will. But one of my favorite things about tech, like we were just talking about, right, is that there's a massive world out there, a world of needs, a world of features, a world of tools. And once ChatGPT expands into a certain space, then there'll always be other places that are uniquely accessible to humans, right? And so I hope that ChatGPT will just be the elevator that continues to help us all rise to a higher level of ability. Yeah, exactly. Rascal has a great point. ChatGPT is confident even if it's wrong. It doesn't understand. It doesn't ever have doubt. It doesn't understand when it's wrong and why it's wrong. Um, so, yeah, that's another good point. It can be confidently wrong, which is kind of scary. And so Adil, I didn't want to miss your question. Adil says, is MongoDB on a server or is it just a flat file? Yeah, so MongoDB is basically a cloud storage solution. So you might have heard of that. Obviously, we kind of know what the cloud is, kind of conceptually, right? The cloud is a place that's somewhere else where you can dump your data. And MongoDB is one such place. It exists on a bunch of remote servers somewhere, and it is a place where you put your information. It is what we call a database. So it is not a flat file. It's not like an Excel spreadsheet. It is a database, which is a data storage solution that contains multiple, like a multi-level storage hierarchy, along with a lot of very powerful built-in tools to help index and sequence that data. Yeah, so it's far more powerful than any kind of flat file. Sounds like pre-Cylon tech. Oh, Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, that's a good point. 2021 saw a Drake meme that was like using Chat GPT to write code. Nah, using Chat GPT to write documentation. Now that's the one. Yeah, absolutely. I think so. Yeah, if you already know the context and you can contextualize it for Chat GPT, say like, all right, Chat GPT, here's what I need. I already know why I need it, and I'm just gonna give it to you in a sequence. Then Chat GPT's like, yep, I can help you. No worries, Jazzy Pants. Yeah, you can also use local storage for MongoDB. We are using Atlas, which is the cloud version of MongoDB. So yeah, that's a good distinction to make. Sometimes you'll find tutorials online that use the local hosted version of MongoDB. We're using Atlas, which is the cloud version. And y'all are coming in with the great takes today. Sound of Gaming says the only possibility of being replaced as a programmer is if you stop learning and become complacent. If you keep learning and keep growing your skill set, you will always be in demand. Absolutely, never stop. Don't. That's why, like, I'm a SQL developer. I could just stick with SQL and probably be fine. Um, but here I am doing web dev and doing NoSQL just because I need to stay fresh. I need to learn more. I need to expand. Um, and so that's one of those things. Just broaden your horizons. Okay, so we've got our app running, right? And so what this app does is it's very simple. We'll just do test 3 and input number, we'll just do 1500. And when we click the add item button, you can see that a couple things happened here, right? It added it to the list, which you're like, big whoop, right? Like whatever, that ain't nothing. But if you were watching closely, you might have noticed that something else happened in my terminal. So the other thing that happened here was that this object was created, and we can see that it's got the test3 value that I inputted, the num input value, and then also these additional fields here: object ID, date, and v for, I forget what, I think it's like version or something. And so it also 3 additional fields have been created. Now, where did those go? So what do we think happened here? Well, that is this is an object that was created and then written to our database, to our backend. So let's look and make sure it's there. So I'm going to go to MongoDB. Again, cloud solution. So we are on the web here. I'm going to sign in. I'm going to look at my collections. So I'm inside my cluster, and then my database. Remember, we put the database name in our collection string. It's called Basic Full Stack MVC. That's the name that I chose. You can choose whatever name you want, but this is the name I put in my collection string, or sorry, my connection string. And then inside of that, I have this collection called items, right? Now this is behind my head, so I'm going to move it over because the MongoDB Atlas interface on the web is janky as get out. That's why we just write to it within our apps. But if we scroll down here, we can see down at the bottom, oh, hey, that's the item I just created. Test 3, 1500, date, version, object ID, all those things are now stored permanently, or as permanently as anything can be, in the cloud, which can then be accessed from anywhere. So if you have another app or something that's reading from this, it can be accessed by that application. Yeah, so this is a document inside of my collection, which is inside of my database. Yeah. The app has nice style, but it will render fast enough. Yeah. So can you tell I'm a backend developer? I ain't about that fancy styling or anything. You're lucky if my apps have color, honestly. But also, from a more practical sense, this app has minimum styling because it's a template. At the end, I'm going to give it to you, and you can do whatever the heck you want with it. And I want you to style it and make it into something that looks good to you. But yeah, I also don't I don't mess with front end styling a lot. The BR love it. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna use the forbidden break tag. Ooh, we're breaching the separation of concerns here. But anyway, so we can see that new value that I created was written to the database successfully, and so that shows that our create and read operations are working. All right, let me shrink this back down. There we go. All right, so things are up and running, and we're ready to start adding to this. I missed the marquee tag. Now that's like Web 1.0 stuff right there. I don't know. I miss 90s websites a little bit. They were so clean. I still use old Reddit. Okay, but as we can see, so we're doing two things here. We are creating something new by, we fill in these forms, right? Creating something new, and then when we add it to this list, we are reading that from the database and writing it back to the list. So this information is not stored locally. This information is delivered to our front end from our backend, from our database. So how are we doing that? Well, let's review the structure of the existing structure of this app before we add to it, because we can see that there's missing features here, right? We have this edit. We have this edit tag here, and we have this remove tag here. And if I click them, they don't do anything. No bueno, right? We need to make these work. So, but first we need to understand the structure of the existing app and how the components work together to deliver the features that we already have. Adil says front-end stuff gravitates more towards art than engineering. Yeah, you kind of blur that line when you start getting into stuff like React, I think, but there is a lot of like design knowledge and visual knowledge that is involved with front-end work. And I mean, I used to be a copy editor for a newspaper. And we would also design the pages. So like the page layouts, we'd have to make the articles fit and, make things look visually appealing and make the right things stand out. And that was difficult work. And so, that's why I became a backend developer. No, I just kind of stumbled into backend, but yeah, no, it's difficult in its own way, right? I made a visitor counter on one of my websites just for fun. Oh, that's rad. I love that. Old Reddit for life. Yeah. No, I still use old.reddit. Whatever. Yeah. For all of my bookmarks are old Reddit. Yeah. Okay, so let's explore our app structure a little bit. Okay, so we already talked a little bit. So I'm just going to collapse these folders here real quick. All right. So we already talked a little bit about this config folder here. And we'll explore the other file that's in there in a minute. Let's start with what the user actually sees. So let's look in here. If I'm looking at MVC structure, the thing that my user actually sees, or the things that they see, are what we call the views, right? They're what the user views. And so that's what we put in this folder. And so we can see that my index.ejs, which is this page right here, is inside my views folder. Okay. And if you look closely, you'll see that the file type here is not HTML. This looks like HTML, right? I mean, from what you can just see here on the screen, that sure as heck looks like HTML, but it's actually EJS, which we talked about earlier, right? That template. But what EJS allows us to do is write HTML as much as we want, and then, sprinkle some JavaScript in there. So obviously we have a form here with a couple of input boxes. They have labels. Cool. And then we've also populated the action and the method fields within our form. So here the action is /new and the method is post. And those become crucial when we're thinking about how that data, what gets sent to the backend, and then what the backend does with that information, right? So in this case, we're sending a specific path. Basically, it's like a specific sort of like, it's almost like you're writing the address on the outside of your envelope, right? The stuff in the form here, the stuff in the input boxes is the letter. We fold it up, we put it in an envelope, and then we write the address on that envelope. And so that's what this is. It's telling our backend where to send this information. And here we have our method, which is post. We're talking about we're talking about letter writing here. So yeah, you drop it in the post, you create. So when we talk about methods, there's only a couple of methods that are usable with HTML forms. So post is one of them. What is the other one? There's two things that HTML forms can do natively. One of them is post. What's the other one? Exactly. First time chatters coming in hot. I love it. Yes. RatsQ and the Mayan are both correct. Yeah, so HTML forms can only do post and get. They can only create and read. They cannot update. They cannot delete. That is by design. That's coded into the tags themselves. So do with that what you will. However, there's plenty of ways around that, which we will explore here a little bit later on. We're going to show you how a way to get around that limitation. It's fairly easy. MT Zern also. Yeah. Congrats, first time chatters. All right. Y'all are, I love my first time chatters because they always come in like they're just like they've been sitting on that right answer, and then they just come in and like, poof, yeah, they win it. A+. All right. So we've got our form here. We're telling our backend what to do with it. And then down here, we can see we actually have something that looks a little different. This is obviously a list, right? We have our unordered list. But in here, this looks a bit odd. This is JavaScript, right? This is JavaScript. So here we're saying, take in a list of items, and then for each, do a loop. And that's JavaScript. But with EJS, we can include that sort of thing inside of special tags, and then this will essentially render itself out as HTML once it hits the browser. So let's look at that. Let's prove that real quick. I'm going to do an inspect here on the finished product. Let's see if you can see that. Yeah, you can. Move it over a little. There we go. All right. So now here's how the list looks in the browser. And all of that nonsense, all that for each blah, 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 stuff like that is gone. And what we have instead is 4 individual list items that have rendered out. as pure HTML. Yeah. So that's what EJS does for us, right? It does its work and then it disappears. Whoosh. Yeah, it's gone. uh, Rat says, "I didn't know. I never said anything. I followed from last year." Hey, no worries. You were just waiting for the opportune time to speak. I appreciate that. So, but yes, this is what EJS does for us. It does its work and then it steps away. Yeah. Okay. So there's a lot of different solutions that can do that, and produce a similar result. We're just going to use EJS today. EJS Kaiser Soze. Yeah, I need to watch that movie again. So that dynamically creates a list of items. Yes, it does. Yep. So you can see here in the code itself, we're only technically writing those list tags once, right? Only one li, open and close, and then it does, has the divs in there and all that stuff, and it does some things in between, and it adds the edit and remove links and that kind of thing, but there's only one li tag here in the code itself. However, you saw in the browser when we did that inspect, it rendered 4 of them because we had this loop, and so it looped through each of the 4 items that were returned to it from the database, looped through each of those 4, and then generated as many list items as it needed to. And it would do that for 100 of them if there was 100 in there. So that's the power of it using a templating engine of this type. Yeah, it doesn't have to be EJS, could be something else. But this is the power that these view engines have over just raw HTML. Yeah. Okay, good questions. So that's our view so far. We're really pretty much done with this view. However, once we get our routes set up for our edit and remove, we are going to need to edit these links. So don't let me forget to do that later on. Don't let me forget to edit those in the code and make sure those links work. Well, I guess I am going to need to in order to make sure that our edit page works. So we'll see if I forget or not. Yeah, so we've got our views. Now, once somebody submits a new form, the cool thing about HTML forms is that they do have built-in functionality. If you have a submit button on your form and you click it, that form will automatically try to submit itself to something that may be listening for that type of things. It'll essentially say, all right, hey, somebody submitted a form. Does anybody want to know about the form? Can I deliver this to anybody? And because our server is listening for that, our server says, yeah, hey, yeah, I'm here, hi, and I'll take that, and it grabs it. It's if we're torturing this mailman analogy here, the form is like when you go out to your mailbox, you put a letter in it, you click submit. Is like when you raise the flag up so that the mailman comes and, or mail carrier comes and takes the mail out of the box. They won't know otherwise, right? And then so you click submit, you lift the flag on the mailbox, and then they come around and they grab the letter because they're ready for it. They're watching for the flag, right? Okay, so this information, where does this information go next? What is the next component of our app that's going to handle this information? The Mayan says, can JavaScript produce an error if the list is empty? You could have it display a message if the list is empty. You could have it just count the number of items in the list. And if that list, you can put conditionals in here too. So in your EJS, you can add conditionals. Like if item count is 0, then display a special message of some kind. Yeah, you could do that. There's a lot of different ways you could do it. You could have a pop-up. You could have an alert that displays a pop-up of some kind. Yeah. But the question is, after I submit this form, where does it go next? Where does this data go next? Here's a clue. What is listening for things to happen? Where are we listening for things to happen? Specifically, what part of the app is listening for things to happen? app.listen. Yeah. Exactly. It's the server, right? The listening is actually happening in our server. And then our server is like the hub, which then controls the rest of the activity in the app. So the initial handoff from front end to back end, most people they try to skip right ahead to the routes or the controllers. But no. What's actually listening for things to happen is our server. Our server is the big brain of the whole app. Yeah. So where we're going to go next is our server.js. Okay, and there's several things happening inside of our server.js. We've already talked about most of these, but our server is where you're going to set up a lot of the variables that the app uses, right? So we've set up Express, we set up our port, set up Mongoose. We're configuring a few functions and routes here. We'll talk about those in a minute. We're creating our database connection, right? We're connecting to the database, calling that connection function. We're setting up our view engine, which is EJS. We're setting up our public folder in case we need to have some extra CSS and things like that. And then we're also making sure that our app can read form data correctly from URLs that it gets sent. And then, we're listening for activity on our particular port. That's why I asked, where does app.listen happen? Well, it happens in the server. It's listening for any kind of activity to flow through it. And then when activity happens, it's going to figure out what to do with that. So the information ends up in our server.js. And when that information travels through it, it then assigns the specific route that information needs to travel on. Now, in this case, we only have one route, right? If anything comes through here, starts with a slash, we're going to use what we call our home routes. Now, home routes are a variable that we declared a little bit earlier, and it routes that information to a specific file. So let's see what home routes are. Well, home routes are routes/home. And look at that, we have a routes folder and a home file. So let's see what's in there. Okay, so in our home file, again, we're requiring a few things that we need. We're requiring Express. We're requiring the router functionality of Express. We're setting up a controller. And then we're explicitly telling that data where to go, which controller to go to. So here, we're saying, all right, if it's just a slash path, then go to the home controller.getIndex. If it's the post/new path, go to home controller.createItem. Okay, so the difference between these two routes, well, one of them is .get and the other is .post. Now we can see I've already kind of spoiled it here. I was going to ask which one is which one is going to be for our new data, but I've already kind of spoiled it here. So our post path, if we recall, is when we create something new. And so what this is going to do is it's going to go into our home controller. And what are we doing here? So we have a file called home controller. What are we doing here? When I say home controller.createItem, what am I doing? What am I doing here? Home controller.createItem. I'm accessing the home controller, right? This file controller/home. Yeah, I'm calling a I'm calling a specific method. Yeah. So all we're doing here is we're taking this information, we're routing it through the app until it gets to the specific logical component that's actually going to execute some big brain stuff against this information, right? So model view controller. We've seen the view already. The view is what the user sees. Now we're routing that data to the appropriate controller, which is going to execute some logic on it. And then that controller is going to reference the model as it needs to read, write data, do whatever it needs to. So yeah, we're just routing through the structure of the app and trying to get that data to the right place where it can have some logic done to it. So here, for new items, we want them to go to the home controller and specifically the create item method. Okay, so I went kind of quickly through that. Does that make sense to folks? You can say no if it doesn't, but just if you can think of a specific question to ask about what doesn't make sense, that will help. And there was a question earlier too that I kind of glossed over. What's the difference between dot path and dot path? So when you use something like dot dot, what you're doing there is the first thing you're doing is you're going up a folder. So dot dot means go up a folder, and then we go back down into the controllers folder. So here we're in the routes folder, right? We're in the routes folder. I need to go up one level and then back down into the controllers folder and then into this file. If I didn't, it would be looking for a folder called controllers inside of my routes folder. So it's just, we're doing a little bit of navigation there. Yeah. And so knowing that notation, when you see dot dot, know that we're going up a level and then we're going to go back down into a different folder. Yeah. And then current is just dot slash. Yeah. So dot dot is a great quick way to navigate between files. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not seeing any new questions, but do feel free to ask. We need to take a break, but I want to go through specifically I just want to quickly review the controller file, and then we'll take a break. And then when we come back, we'll answer any additional questions or anything additional things that people want to see. And then we'll start building out our additional routes and our additional controllers that we need for updating and deleting data. Okay? Cool beans. All right, so we said that this is going to route. So when I create a new item, it's going to route through this new path, and it's going to specifically access a method called create item inside of my home controller. And because we saw this path here, it's going to go up one level. So out of routes, into controllers, and into the file called home. Yeah, and that's a good point, Missile Geek, talking about the dot and the dot dot. You can keep going up. Yeah, if you add more dots, it will keep going up the file structure. Yep. Yeah. So yeah, dot slash. You can go up 2 levels. Yeah, absolutely. All right. So here we have what we're exporting. So this is the logic that we're exporting that our routes can access. Okay. So we are accessing the create item method. We have two methods here. One of them is called get index, and the other one is called create item. I'll just quickly review get index. Get index is what gets called when somebody visits the homepage. So you visit the homepage, it passes. You can follow this during the break. You can follow this route through. When somebody visits the homepage, the route that gets passed is just a slash with nothing after it. So just a slash. And so if you want to test your knowledge, see if you can follow that just slash route through the app and figure out how you get to this particular method. Okay, so get index is what happens when somebody accesses the homepage. We have an asynchronous function here. Why are we using an asynchronous function? If I'm displaying the homepage with information here, like this right here on the right, why am I using an asynchronous function here? Yeah, exactly, because we're talking to our database, right? So the other thing, the most crucial part of this page is all this information that we're getting from the database and displaying on the page, right? So we use an asynchronous function because getting that data from the database might not be instant. It might take a few seconds or 30 seconds, or if y'all were on last week's stream, MongoDB actually went down for like 30 minutes. It was offline for half an hour. And so, yeah, obviously you're not going to get data back, and you don't want your app to display with missing data. So in this case, we await. We want to have an asynchronous function that can allow us to await those things to happen, that data to be returned before we finish rendering, before we send that data to the page to be rendered. Yeah. So what we're doing here is we're saying, all right, talk to our database and find the data that we want to find. This is a mongoose method right here. This dot find is mongoose. And what that allows us to do is just go to the database and be like, all right, go bring back everything. And this item list value here, this is the name of, essentially it's the reference to the model that we're accessing, the database model that we're accessing. And we'll talk about that probably after the break. But just know that this is a reference to a specific collection inside of our database. And we're essentially saying, all right, Mongoose, go to that collection and just bring back everything. And we're going to dump it into this variable called items. And then the very next step is render our homepage, index.ejs, and pass that list of items to the homepage. And from there, EJS, just like we talked about before, EJS takes that list of items and renders it out. So all we're doing here is a handoff. We're saying, all right, go to the database, bring back everything, dump it into a variable, and then render our homepage and just pass all the items to the homepage. Okay? And then the second thing we have here is just a catch block, which is just going to return an error. If there's any kind of error, it's going to return an error. And I think we saw that last week when MongoDB was down and we couldn't get any data back. I do believe we tested this at some point. Yeah. So does this make sense what we're doing here? Feel free to ask if it doesn't. But all we're doing here, talking to the database, bring back everything it can find in this collection, then render the homepage and pass in that list of items that we just found. And EJS already knows what to do with it. So all we're doing is we're just handing it off. All right. Oh, thank you for the follow, Legend and Hot Pow. And Joe Country Dev and Creative Nil. Oh, wow, I've missed some follows. Sorry. Nicholas Elritz, Night J, Vice Pot. Thank you. Middle Geek says faster to return everything into variable and then do looks up on that. I'm not quite sure what you're asking there, but we don't need to do any additional logic on this data that we've pulled out of the database. What it does is it comes back to us in an array, and then our EJS is already set up to handle that array. And then, you know, it's already set up to handle the array. So there's no additional logic needed. We can just pull it back, dump it into a variable, and then render it, pass that variable into our EJS. And our second method here is create item. So what we're doing here is we're just taking that form data that was passed to us from the front end and then turning it into a database object, which we'll cover after the break. See what structure we needed to build here. Save that item to the database. We have a console log here just to show us prove that the item was created. And then reload the homepage. So unlike, we're not using React here. It's not able to reload specific components. We're just going to reload the whole homepage, fetch the data again so that the list gets updated, and then catch any errors and redirect to the homepage if there is an issue. Oh, I'm Middle Geek. I think I get what you're asking. You're asking, should we assign every single individual component of the data that we're pulling? Should we assign that to a variable? And then I think what you're saying is you assign that to a variable and then pass them separately to our front end. So what we prefer to do is pass it in a most compact form. Where our EJS can already do a for each and pluck out specific items from within an array, right? Like that's what for each can do. It can look inside of an array. It can pick out specific objects because this is going to get passed as an object with key value pairs. So everything that we pull from the database is essentially, it's going to look like this. So this thing that I've highlighted down here, it's already set up as key value pairs. So there's no need to assign each individual component to a variable. It's already basically been pre-assigned. It exists as an array with individual objects inside of that array. Each one of them is already set up as key value pairs. So there's no need to reassign each individual component to a variable. They already exist as key value pairs. And since we know JavaScript, we know that our for each can reach in there and find specific key value pairs and then do stuff to those values, whatever we need to do. So it would be an unnecessary step. Gasoli, welcome. Do you have a YouTube playlist where I can catch up? Yeah, so if you do !YouTube in chat, that's my YouTube channel. You can also see my more recent streams. I have most things pushed to YouTube, but I think my like 2 or 3 most recent streams are still not on YouTube. You can watch them here on Twitch. They are recorded. So if you'd like to catch up, you can. Also, if you'd like to follow along with us, I have repos. So this is the repo we are starting with. If you want to just jump right in with us, there you go, and catch up with us. So yeah, we haven't built anything new yet today. We are still reviewing what is currently in that repo. So feel free to follow along. Captain asks, when would I need to npm install? So we did that a little bit earlier. Whenever you download an app that's already, has a package.json file, you don't need to do npm init, but what you do need to do is npm install to install the dependencies that you will need in order to run that app. Now, Node is smart enough that it can, or our package manager is smart enough that it can look and see, oh, there's a package.json file there already. I don't need to install everything from scratch. I can look in there and just install what's in the package.json file. But yes, before you can run this app on your machine, you will need to do npm install. And you will also need to add your environment variable to your .env file. So you need to create a .env file in your config folder and add your database credentials there. Yeah. Okay, it's break time. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll do another, we'll review our model that we built for our actual database structure. And then we'll see how that relates to what's here in the create item method. And then once we've done that, we've reviewed everything that's already in the app. We can build out our remaining routes and controllers for updating and deleting data. All right, break time. We'd like to take a break as close to the hour as we can. We're a little late on this one, but we'll take a 5-minute break. Get up, stretch, or sit down in my case. And yeah, I'll see you back here in 5 minutes. Feel free to ask questions. I'll get to those questions when I come back from the break. All right, see you shortly. Oh, thank you, Mitzel. All right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break. So come on back when you're ready. Get yourself a drink of water, pet your dog, pet your significant other with their permission, um, get a snack, do whatever you got to do. If you didn't get up during the break, if you are able to stand up, please do stand up and roll your wrists, roll your neck. Yeah, pet your drink. But you will feel better if you stand up for a few minutes or a few seconds and just kind of wiggle yourself out a little bit, stretch, get loose. You'll feel better if you do it. I see y'all out there that just stayed sitting down the whole 5 minutes. There's always one. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and stop the timer before it beeps at us. And let's get back into it, shall we? I'm going to turn my webcam back on. There we go. We are live again. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the break. So let's continue our review. Oh, Kobayashi, thank you for the follow. Digital Frequency, thank you for the follow. Melod, Did Jets, thank you for the follow. Redshift, Hot Pow, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate all the follows. Folks are following left and right today. Thank you. See you out there. All right, let's continue let's do a review here of our create item method again. We kind of glossed over it at the start there, just because there wasn't enough time before the break, but let's go into it a little bit more in depth here. So the create item method, remember when form data gets submitted, our server is listening for that submission. The server takes it in and it sends it to our home router, and the home router says, oh, this has a path. This is a post method, and it has a path of /new. I'm going to look inside the home controller, which is where we are right now. We are in our controllers file, and we are in home.js. I'm going to look in the home controller for a method called create item. Okay. Now let's look at what this create item method is doing. So again, we have an asynchronous function here because we are talking to our database. And anytime we talk to our database, we want to make sure that we're giving the database time to respond. When you're in a conversation, talking over somebody else is always a rude thing to do. And so you want to wait for them to respond first before you say your next thing. And so that's why we use an asynchronous function here, because we are talking to our database. And here, the very next thing we're doing is we're creating a new item. And once again, we are referencing our item list model. So let's pause for a moment and let's look at that model and see what it is we're actually talking about. So item list here, when we reference item list, we're saying, all right, require ... /models /item list. And if you hover over the path, you'll see that it's, if you hover over the path, it'll actually show you the full file path to get to that location. But we can just go into our models folder and then look and see what's in itemlist.js. All right. So in here, we have what's called a schema. And so what's a way that we can, in the past, what's a way that I have described schemas? What do they help us do? They help us structure our data. And so what's another way we could describe a schema? What else could we call it? It adds some structure. A template, yeah, that's a great way to describe it. In the past, I've described it as, it could be, so we're turning it into a model, sure. A framework, yeah, those are all great ways to describe it, absolutely. Another way you could describe it is kind of like a blueprint for the data, right? We can essentially write out this schema and then export it to as many other places as we need to, reference the schema, and our data can always just be funneled right back through it and always turn out the same way. So it's like a blueprint. I can write a single blueprint and then I can hand that blueprint out to, a bunch of different engineers. And if it's a good detailed blueprint, the end result should functionally look the same. It might be a different, color or have a different material, but the overall layout of the information is going to remain the same, right? Could have different values in those fields, but the layout, the structure is going to remain the same. So it's like a blueprint. And so what we've done here is we've created a very simple blueprint. And this blueprint needs to mirror the data that we actually want to write to the database. So first thing here is text input, literally the text in the form, right? Text input. We have a type of string and a value of required equals true. So two things. So Mongoose is capable of a lot of things when we're setting up a schema. I'm just showing you two very basic things that these schemas can do, but they're capable of more. However, these are probably what you're going to see used a lot. The first one here, we have type of string. And what this is enforcing is it's saying this field is only going to allow for strings to be written to it. If you try to pass a number here, no bueno, it has to be a string. All right. And also required true. So I cannot pass an empty value into this text input field. It has to be populated. I cannot submit an empty form here. It won't allow it. So this does not have to be here. Sometimes you may want certain fields to be empty, right? If I have a survey, if I'm giving my users a survey on their opinions on something, they shouldn't have to answer every question, right? Some of those fields should be optional. They don't, you might have a more info field or something like that where they can spew their complaints at you. Sometimes that field's going to be empty. They won't have any complaints. So you would therefore not want to have this be required, right? It should be, you could just take this off of here and it would just not write that field. Yeah. And the second one we have here is for the num input field. This one says, all right, type number, required true. Fairly self-explanatory, I would say. Now, this third field, hang on a hot minute. This form that we're submitting only has two fields. So what am I doing here? What am I doing here in this? How does this get created? Where does this come from? Where does it, this is a date field, type date. Where does this information in this field come from? Anybody know? You don't have to go anywhere else. It's here on the page. Where does this information come from? And thank you for the follow on. Yeah, Alora, exactly. No, not from the form. No, this information is not in the form, right? The form has two fields, input text, input number. That's all that gets delivered. Input text, input number. Ain't nothing else there. However, one of the nice things about Mongoose is that it allows us to set default values. If no value is passed, if this field is empty, which it will always be empty because there is no date field in the form, this field will always be empty. And so Mongoose says, oh, okay, there's nothing here. Well, I'm going to write a default value to that field. And it'll just be whatever the current date is, date time. So Mongoose is smart enough to say, oh, hey, I'm not getting any data passed to me from the form, right? Because it doesn't exist. It's not a field in the form. So, but there is a default value here. So that's what I'm going to write. And if we look inside the database, that's what you'll see. You'll see date, and it's just whenever that record was created. And this is where that happens. And you can do default values for more than just dates. You could have this be, let's say you had a form where you had people typing out text answers, but they were optional. But you still wanted to indicate to someone when they didn't provide an answer. So you could have this be, type string, instead of required true here, you could have something like default be, no answer provided. And that's what would be written instead, right? Let me change it back. But yeah, so default values can be useful when you need that field to be populated if there is no data coming into it. Adil says, can we dynamically create controls based on our schema? So all the schema is doing is it's just giving us a blueprint, right? We can choose how we use that blueprint in our controllers. So this is just a blueprint. And as long as we meet the requirements of that blueprint, we can do whatever the heck we want. Our controllers can do anything. They just need to meet the basic requirements of this blueprint. Yeah. So I'm not sure if that answers your question. I'm not sure I fully understand the question, but yes, we can. We can create controllers based on this blueprint, which is what we're doing here. And I'll reference back to it in a second. So we've created the blueprint, and then we need to export it so we can reference it elsewhere in our app, right? If we want to be able to reference it elsewhere, this is just like with anything. We need to export it and then, import it when we want to reference it. So we export it, and we export it, as someone said earlier, as Gabe's Inferno said, we export it as a model. And so this model contains three things when we export it. It contains a name for itself. So here I've just named it item list. Super descriptive, I know. I've named it item list. We are referencing our blueprint, the item list schema. And there's an optional third thing that I have specified here, and this is the collection that we are writing to. So if we look over here in MongoDB, I have my database name, and then there's this items collection. And right here is where I set up that name. So anytime new data is written to the database, it's going to pass through this schema. It's going to set the date on the record. So it's passing through the schema here. It sets the date on the record, and it writes it to the items collection. Okay? So the blueprint is the model. Well, the blueprint is inside the model. Yeah, it's a part of the model. Yeah. The model also contains its name and the collection that we're writing to. So yeah, the schema is a component of the model, certainly. But the model also contains the name that we're going to reference it by, the schema itself, and the collection that we are writing to. And that's important. So if I didn't put a collection name here, you're not out of luck. What it would do is it would take the schema name and it would make it plural. It would put an S on the end and it would create a new collection for you. So that's just something to be aware of. I like to specify my collection name as a third argument, but if you don't put one, it will just take the schema name, it'll take it will take the model name and it will put an S on the end of it. So this would become item lists as your collection name. Yeah. So you can try it yourself and see what happens, but I do like to specify a collection name here as a third argument. Okay. So, and again, you can play around with this. Try taking the collection name off and then write something in the database and see what happens. You'll find that it creates a new collection for you with a different name because now it's referencing this name here. Captain asked a good question. Will you ever have multiple blueprints within the same model? So we kind of talked about that a little bit earlier. What is a potential scenario in which you might have multiple blueprints or models? Oh, sorry, I see what you're asking. So will you ever have multiple blueprints within the same model? I misread your question the first time. I apologize. Let me think about that. Generally, when I've been building things, I've always had a singular relationship between my schema and my model because I want to have all of my documents inside of a collection have the same structure. So I want all of the data inside of my particular collection. So like inside of the items collection, I want all of that data to look the same. If I have a different data structure, then that's probably going to be in a different collection. So I would put it in a different model. So personally, I have not done that. I'm curious if anybody else here has used multiple schemas within the same model. Deal says, can an array be in a schema? You can store arrays in documents. Yeah, you can store. You can so inside of MongoDB, you can definitely store arrays within like an array within a key value pair in a document. Yeah, you can have them be nested. You could have friggin' nested objects, nested arrays. Yeah, you can get pretty weird with it. That can get complicated though when you're trying to reference that. When you're trying to pull it out. And a lore there is yeah, that's how you would potentially declare that in your schema. Yeah. So generally, so just to answer the question based on my past experience as far as blueprints within the same model, I generally have a one-to-one relationship there. So you have a single schema which writes to a single collection, and then that gets bundled up within a singular model. Yeah, and because I don't see a use case, kind of like Rascal was saying, I don't really see a use case for that. It's technically possible, but I don't know why you would. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good example there, Rascal, of when it might be relevant. But yeah, generally you're gonna have a one-to-one type of relationship. Thank you for the follow, Google and Honda Accord. I love that name, a Honda Accord. Nice. Honda Accord's a great car. So child table. So Adil, this is where you start to get into the differences of like NoSQL, like relational versus NoSQL databases. So in terms of like NoSQL storage, you are thinking more of in terms of like nested objects versus nested tables. So yeah, you can definitely nest objects inside of a document. You could have multiple layers of nested objects and nested arrays within that document. So yes, you can. And you can reference other collections too. So that may be what you're asking there, Adil. So you could reference the object ID of a different document inside of a particular document. You could have a reference to a different. So like you're linking a user to their session. That's what you'll often find is when you're doing authentication, you'll be linking a user to their session by including the session ID for a different document inside of that user's document. So you can do that as well. But we won't get into that today. That's a little bit more advanced. However, you can definitely look. There's plenty of tutorials on authentication out there for NoSQL databases. Traversy Media has a great tutorial on it where you'll get to see. You can see that in action. You can see a user having a session reference inside of their document. Yeah. Okay, so that is our schema, which is then exported as a model, which contains the name, the schema, and the collection name that we're writing to. And so now let's go back to our controller and we'll review again how that gets referenced. So create item. A new item is being created. We have our async function. We are now referencing that model. And again, item list contains both the blueprint and the collection we're writing to. So all the information that we need. So we're creating essentially a new document. And we're just assigning the fields here. We're saying, all right, the form data that's being passed in as a request, the text input data should be written to the field called text input. The num input data from the form should be written to the field called num input. And we just package that together as an object. And again, we don't need to pass in the date. because Mongoose will handle that for us. It'll write a default value. So we bundle it up as an object and we say, all right, hey Mongoose, I've got a new object for you. Pass this through the model, will you? And Mongoose is like, yep, I got you. And it passes it through our model, which tells it what collection to write to. It passes it through the schema, which makes sure that it meets all the criteria. We have the required fields. Text input and num input are required. Those fields are present. And then we add the date. Mongoose says, oh, there's no date here. I'll just add that. Let me just add that for you. And so it sets all those 3 fields, and then it saves it to the database as a new document. And we can see the very next line here is just a console log of the thing that we created and saved, right? We save that new item and then we console log it. And so you can see all the work that was done. That's what it did, right? It said, all right, text input, text, num input, number. MongoDB created this ID, this object ID, and assigned it. The date was created and assigned. And this is another field that, this V field is what another field that MongoDB assigns by default. Okay, so there's a couple of additional fields here that weren't in our schema, but if they have that underscore in front of them, you'll see that those are generally what's been auto-assigned by MongoDB. And here, in this case, what does the object ID do for us? So MongoDB assigns this to every single thing that you write to your database. MongoDB will give it an object ID. What does the object ID do for us? And this should be familiar to anybody who has, who has seen any type of database before, not even necessarily a NoSQL database. What do you think this object ID does for us? What do we think this might be for? It's pretty long, right? Random string of numbers, letters, all that jazz. Yeah, exactly. It is a unique ID. Yep. It is a unique ID because it's possible that I could write, multiple things called test3, multiple things called, with a value of 1500, and they could potentially be written at the exact same time. You never know. So it's very possible that we may have identical records being written to our database. It could happen. Or maybe multiple records being written by different apps too, that could conflict with each other. And so in this case, what the object ID does is it creates a truly unique identifier for this document that can never be duplicated. It will be unique across our entire cluster. And this is the unique identifier that we can reference if we really want to make sure that we are returning this specific record. So you'll see that get written to literally everything across your entire cluster in your entire database. If you're familiar with SQL databases or relational databases, this is what you might call the primary key, right? It is a truly unique value that you can reference and know exactly what record you're getting. So primary key. And some, SQL databases use like an MD5 hash as their primary key. Just depends. Yeah. But yes, you're correct. It's a unique ID. So it gets saved. We go back to the home. We go back to the homepage path, which then pulls the data again, assigns it to a list, and should show the new value that has been pulled from the database. And then if there's any errors, we just return the error and reload. Okay? So any questions there? Feel free to ask questions if you think of them. But for now, let's go ahead and start adding new stuff to this. So we spent the last, hour and a half or so reviewing. Now I think let's go ahead and get into adding our additional routes that we need in order to make sure that our app has full CRUD functionality, right? Because right now all we can do is just create and read. However, we'd also very much like to update and delete and get these links working. Right now they don't do anything. Yes, and if you are still trying to set up your database connection, you can definitely reset your password, and following the instructions that drunk Uncle Grandma posted in chat there. Yep, because yeah, you occasionally may forget your password if you don't connect very often, or if you just want to change it, like I do. Okay, so let's think about what else we want to add here. So in order to figure out what else we want to add, let's look at the finished app. So the finished app does have a little bit of CSS, so I'm going to zoom out a little. So this is the finished app. And we can see here that I can, add items and that sort of thing like we can already do in our version. But I can also edit an item, make a change to it, something like that, confirm that change, and then have that change be saved to the database. So that's what we would call the update in CRUD, right? I can edit a different item too. Change it, change both values, confirm that change, and then write that to the database as well. And that gets changed. And then finally, I can remove an item, click remove, and it gets removed not only from this list, but also from the database. So those are the additional features that we'd like to add, updating things and deleting things. Drunko Grandma says, I totally didn't just push it to GitHub talking about their database information. Yeah, it happens. Yeah, that's why you do need to know how to reset your password. I've done it definitely more than once. All right, so we can edit and remove things here in the finished product. And so that's functionality that we want to add to our version of the app. So I'm going to click the edit button here again. What's one thing you notice when what changed when I click that edit button? What's different here? When I clicked edit, what happened? Just visibly. Dan says, my whole life view changed. Well, when I clicked edit, it didn't actually change anything yet, right? Physically on the page, what happened here? Hey, I'm good, Dan. Good to see you. Hope you are as well. What happened here on the page? So let's do this. Let's go back. What do we see? What happened? I clicked edit. What happened? This is the home page. This is the edit page. What happened? Yeah, it didn't update the values. It took us to a completely different page, right? When I clicked this edit link, we went to a whole brand new place, right? Brand new page. So what that tells us is that we're going to need to add a new, to our version of the app, we're going to need to add a new what? If we're thinking MVC structure, we want to add a new page. We want to add a new what? MVC structure. Yes, it did go to a different route. You're correct. We're gonna need to add a different route, but we also need to add the thing that the user sees. What do we call that? What the user sees? Yeah, it's a view, right? Yeah, exactly. So we went to a different route, but we're displaying a different view here. Yep. Exactly. So we're going to add a few different things. We're going to more than one, but let's start with our new view. Okay. And so we're going to call this view. It's going to go inside of our view folder. Get my nose pulled up here now that we're working on new stuff. All right. So inside of my view folder, I'm going to go ahead and create a new view. So inside the view folder, a new file, and we're going to call it edit.ejs. Because once again, we're going to want to use the power, the functionality of EJS to allow us to dynamically make changes to our information, right? So HTML5. I'm going to add all that nonsense. And we're going to be able to do a fair amount of copying and pasting here. But once I build this view page, I will push it to GitHub. So if you're just following along with the GitHub repo, I will push it once we're done. So I've created my sort of boilerplate head here. But what's something I always need, if I'm using this, what's something I always need to remember to do if I'm just using sort of the boilerplate header? What's something I might want to do? All this. Yeah, you might want to change the title. We're going to add some CSS later. So another thing we might want to do is we're probably going to want to link to that CSS style sheet. I don't think we have it in here yet. Let's see. No, we don't. That's okay. We'll add it a little bit later, and then we'll got to remember to link to it. But yes, you're going to want to, best practice is to change the title. So I'm going to just call this edit item. We'll save that. Now inside the body, if we're looking at the edit page here on the right for the finished version, we're going to want to have a couple of things. Let's think about how to do this. So I'm going to go ahead and just put a section. And then inside of that section, I'm going to have an H1 for my title. And this one is just going to be, this is the edit page. Yay. Okay. And for some reason in my, in the finished version, I have two H1s. I was trying to figure out why I did that. Like two H1s around this particular title, but that's okay. Doesn't hurt anything. All right. And then below that, I'm going to add another section. And inside of here, I'm going to add my list tags. So we can see here in the finished product that essentially the body of this is just a bulleted list, right? 1, 2, 3. The first item obviously looks a little bit different. It has, sort of a form layout and then confirm and cancel buttons. But overall, it is just a bulleted list. So I'm going to need to add some EJS inside of this bulleted list in order to do what I need to do to display the information that we're getting back from the database, right? If you remember, if you look back at our homepage, inside of my list, essentially, I just have a for loop, which loops through the list and dynamically generates each individual list item, right? So I'm going to need to do something similar here inside of my edit page to, again, loop through the list of items that I'm getting from the database and dynamically display each list item. Okay, so I can copy and paste just a little bit. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and grab my for each loop so I don't have to type it again. Just going to grab this first line here, the start of the loop. And I'm going to drop it in here because we're doing the same thing. We're going to be looping through each item in the list and displaying it or making it available to edit. So I'm going to grab that, and I'm also going to grab the closing tag because otherwise I'll forget. Grab that and drop it in a little bit lower. All right, so for each, I'm going to be doing something. Okay, now let me go back to the home page here in the finished version. Let's say I want to edit the second item here. If I click that, we can see that the first item displays as normal. The third item displays as normal, but then the second item displays differently. So for now, we're just going to say, all right, I want to generate a list item no matter what, right? Each of these are a list item. But if this is the item that I have clicked on, how do I want to display that item that I've clicked on? What is this? Just not ask an easy question here. What is this from an HTML perspective? How are we displaying the second item? What is this? These two lines here. Yeah, exactly. It's just a form, right? It's just a form. It's pre-populated with the item information, but yeah, it's just a form. So if it's the item that I've clicked on, I want to display it as a form. If it's any other item, I just want to display it as a regular old list item. But if it's the one I've clicked on, I want to display it as a list item with a form inside of it. And then these buttons and things like that. Yeah. So we're going to have some logic. But for now, I'm going to kind of just put a placeholder there. And so this is going to be actually outside of the list item. So we're going to come back and add some logic to this. But for now, I'm just going to say something like, I'm going to put my EJS tags here. And I'm going to say something like, if clicked item equals, if clicked item equals item in list. Yeah. So as it's looping through the list that it gets back from the database, as soon as it encounters the item that matches the item you clicked on, we're going to display it as a form. All right. So we're going to, if it matches the item we clicked on, we're going to want to display it as a form within a list item. And I'm going to go ahead and just copy the form structure from the home page, so I don't have to type it out again. So I'm just going to copy that form structure and drop it in here. Okay. So again, we're going to leave this method as post because remember, forms can only handle post and get, right? They can't do updates. So we're going to leave the method as post. It's not going to hurt anything. And I'm also going to change the path that we're going to go down. So form, action. Now the path that I want to go down in order to send this information to our backend is going to be a little bit different, right? Because this is not a new item anymore. This is an item that we want to update. So I'm going to change this path to be /edit/update. And then I want to essentially pass some kind of unique identifier for the particular item that was clicked on. So we kind of talked about that before, right? If I want a unique identifier that will never be duplicated, and I'm looking inside of my database and I'm looking for a field that meets that criteria, here's an example. Which field do you think I might use? If I want a strictly unique identifier for a particular field, which will never be duplicated and will always reference the specific record that I want to update, which one would that be out of the fields here that I highlighted in the terminal? Hey, Mko. Yeah, it's going to be the unique ID that MongoDB assigns. Exactly. Because I don't want to accidentally update. Let's say I said, oh, well, what if I just used, the text input field? What if I just said update any record with a text input field of text 3? Well, I could have multiple ones like that, and then I would try to pass that to my backend. My backend might end up updating the wrong record, right? And that's not something we want to happen. We always want to make sure that we are updating the record that we want to update. So if I had to pick a unique identifier for a particular record, it would be this unique identifier that MongoDB has assigned to every document that we write into our database. So I'm going to use the _ID field to identify it. Now, how do I reference that in EJS? It's fairly easy to do. All we do is we say, use our tags here. We use a little equal sign to denote a string. underscore ID. And then we close that tag. And what this is going to do is it's going to say, all right, on submission, grab the item ID and pass it as part of the path that gets sent back to our server. So what we're sending back to our server is the path edit/update, and then the unique item ID that we want to update. And now you can actually see that in action. I don't know if you, hopefully this is clear. Look over here on the right, in the actual path that's being sent to our server. Look at that, localhost 8500/edit. This isn't exactly the same path. This is for a slightly different action, but you can see what we're passing here is a database ID, right? It's in the path. And so as soon as they click submit, that's what's going to write into this path as well, is the item ID. I see it. I see the light. Good, Dan. I'm glad you see it. Okay. And that's how we can reference this item ID here, and EJS can write that for us. That's the power of EJS. It knows what item we're working on, and it can write it into the path. So let's also do that here, where we kind of had this sort of shorthand. So, all right, if click item equals item in list, let's see, do I want to do that yet? What's really going to happen if you don't put /update? Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, so you mean if I leave the form as is and I leave it as a post method? Absolutely nothing. As long as you set up your backend to be listening for this combination of post and then the particular path, your backend will be able to handle it no problem. Okay? So as long as your backend is set up to handle whatever path you send it, your router can just say, oh, yeah, sure, this is a post method. It's listening for this particular path. And then you send it to a controller, which actually does the logic. And that's where the update actually happens. So as long as you route it to the right controller, it doesn't matter. In this case, it doesn't matter whether you're sending a post or a put. Now, you could use method override or something like that to really make it correct. But no, it will work just fine if we send a post request to this particular path, because what really does the thinking is your controller, and your controller can do whatever the heck it wants with the data it receives. And in this case, we're going to have that controller do an update. Okay? So Dan says, random question for a SQL expert. Should we always use unique IDs instead of auto-incrementing integers for primary keys? Yeah, so what I do at the enterprise level is we always use some kind of like actual generated ID. We don't use integers because you can get into hot water when you're writing a lot of data to your database simultaneously. You might end up actually accidentally writing two records at the exact same time, and you could potentially end up with it trying to write two records simultaneously that could have the same integer value. So we always use MD5 hashes or something like that to really actually use the data in the record and then auto-generate a unique hash for that. So, yeah. Rivanov says, so does the controller also access the database, or is that another layer? So what the controller does is it uses Mongoose to actually talk to the database. So it says, hey, Mongoose, and it calls a Mongoose method. And then Mongoose filters that information through the model that we created, talks to the database, retrieves information, and then hands it back to the controller. So in this case, we're using Mongoose as kind of an interpreter, as like a translator to the controller signals, hey, Mongoose, calls a Mongoose method. Mongoose talks to the database, gets some data back, gives it to the controller. The controller does some logic, sends it back to the front end. Yeah. So the controller can make use of and call Mongoose methods that then talk to the database. Yeah, the model is kind of like our filter when we're talking to the database. It tells it, okay, here's the collection we're accessing. Here's the schema that we're passing everything through. It's an interface kind of. Mm-hmm. And we'll see how that works when we go back to the controller. Okay, so we want to edit a specific item, and we're using EJS to populate that item ID. And so we want to say, all right, if the item that was clicked on is equal to a particular list item, display it as a form. And then else, we want to display that as just a regular list item. I do want to make a couple of updates to this actual form displayed as is. So here we say, all right, we have a form with a text input value and a num input value, but we want those input forms, those input boxes, to be pre-populated with the item information itself. So again, we can use EJS to do this. We're going to say inside of the input box, we can actually put default values in an input. So all I need to do is add one additional field to my input box here. I'm just going to say value equals, and similar to the way I did item ID, I'm going to say value equals, oh, I need quotes around that. Whoops. Value equals item dot text input. And what that will do is it will pre-populate the form or the input box with the text input value, the one that currently exists. So that's all we need to do. EJS will populate that for us. And then I can do the same thing for num input. Value, instead of 0, we're going to replace that with num input. And that'll pre-populate it for us. Oh, text input. Oops, thank you for that. Good catch. Spelling error, I do those a lot. All right, so what this will do now is if the item that was clicked on is equal to an item in the list that we're getting back from the database, instead of displaying it as a list item, it's going to display it as a form that's ready to be resubmitted. And it's going to pre-populate the input boxes with the text input value that's already there, the number input value that's already there, as seen over here on the right. And then I also want to add a confirm button and a cancel button. So instead of submit, we're going to have confirm and cancel. That's pretty easy to do. My button type is going to be submit. However, the text is now going to say confirm. Just change that. It'll still do the same action, but instead of saying submit, it'll just say confirm, or add item, it'll just say confirm. And then the last thing I want to do is add my cancel link here as well. So I can just do that by adding an anchor tag. Oops. Oh, come on. Emmett, you have failed me. All right, there we go. Anchor tag, and have it just say cancel. Now, when I click cancel, I want to redirect back to the home page, just like this. I want to do that. Okay? When I click cancel, I want to redirect back to the home page. So, what do you think my path should be? What should I be passing through this if I want to redirect back to the home page of an application? What is that path? For the home page of an application, what is the path? Just in general. When I visit the home page of an application, what is the path that gets passed to the server? Yeah, just boop. And that's pretty universal, right? Home path is just a slash. When I visit google.com, the path that gets passed to whatever wizardry Google is doing is just slash. Yep. All right, so if I want to go home, that's what I do. And I already have a route set up for that, right? Otherwise, this app wouldn't even display in the first place. Okay, so form item, list item, that's all set. Oh, sorry. Yeah, did I miss a question earlier? Single page application. Yeah, so this is not a single page application. This is a multi-page application. Yeah, and well, what we're doing here is we are passing data to EJS, which is then rendering it to HTML and displaying that HTML in the browser. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with like the semantics of SPAs, but yeah, this is a multi-page application. We have 2 pages here, home and edit. Um, so yes, it is by default. It is a multi-page application. Simple but multi-page. Yep. All right, so that's our form, and it is time for another break. So I will say this is, probably just making sure that you get your EJS set up is like the most complicated part, just because there's a lot of little fiddly bits with it. But once we get this set up, we'll plug in 2 additional routes, one for the update, one for the delete, and then 2 additional methods in a controller, which will handle the update and the delete, and then we'll be done. So I'm going to save this, and we'll go ahead and take a break. When we come back, we'll finish tweaking this form. We need to handle our else condition. So if the clicked item is not an item in the list, we want to just display it as a regular, LI, as a regular list item, right? So we'll need to set that up. And then once we finish that, we'll set up our route, set up our controller, and then we'll be done. Okay. What's the view then if it's not a single page application? Well, the view is both of these things. You can have multiple views. There can be more than one. Edit.ejs and index.ejs are both views. They're both things that the user can see and interact with, right? So these are both considered views. Okay, so let's take 5 minutes. When we come back, we'll finish this, set up our routes, set up our controllers, and we'll be done. Yeah, every page in a multi-page application is a view, and in this case, we have 2 views, home and edit. So there's not a singular one that can be called the view. In this case, we have multiple views inside of our views folder. It's really just what the user sees. All right, 5 minutes. We're on the home stretch now, friends. And when we're done, you will have a template that you can use to build whatever the heck you want. All right, see you back in 5. All right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break. Get yourself a drink of water, use the restroom, pet your dog, pet your partner with their permission, and then come on back when you're ready. My dog is currently showing me how bored he is by flopping around on the floor and sighing loudly. My dog doesn't want to learn how to code. Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and stop the timer with 7 seconds left on the clock. Loki says, "Is this a course with 100 devs?" Uh, this is part of the kind of thing that you learn in 100 devs. This is review of some information that has been taught in 100 devs. Yes. This is not a say like a required lesson, but this is direct review of 100 devs material. So I don't know if you're currently in 100 devs, but yes, this is the type of thing that we definitely cover in the course. It's more of just sort of a refresher or a little bit of help for folks that are still learning. So yeah, it's kind of more of like a review of 100 devs material. Yeah, exactly. So I'm on what's called the stream team. Um, and the stream team is sort of like official partners with 100 devs. And so I'm one of two stream team members. And so I tend to focus really heavily on course material. The other stream team member, hello, it's Rufio, tends to focus more on like career type things and collaboration streams. So we each kind of have our little subject area that we focus on, and mine is course material. Hassler says, how come you don't have a main.js file to grab the value and handle the click, but it's still working? Ah, that's a fantastic question. I love that question. Yeah, so I wonder why this does work. So how, I think what you're asking is how can we handle these clicks here for like these two things, button type submit and this cancel link right here? Like, how does that possibly work? Well, the cool thing is it's built-in functionality with the tags that we're using, right? So forms, by their nature, have the built-in ability to submit themselves and their information all bundled up as a request to a server. That's just built into the form. You don't need to build any additional architecture to handle it because forms already handle it for you. If there's a server available and a server listening for activity, the form will say, hey server, I'm here, hello. And the server can be like, oh, I see that. All right, I'm gonna grab you. We don't have to build anything. We don't have to build anything special to listen for the click because the form already knows to raise its hand and the server is listening for any activity already. So that is built-in functionality with forms. If you have a submit button, specifically a button with the type of submit, it will know what to do already. We're sending it to a specific path. We're giving it a specific submit method. So it already knows what to do. Now, the cancel is slightly different. However, notice the type of tag that we're using here. What are we using here? What is our tag? What tag are we? What is this? What is that A tag? What do we call that? What does the A stand for? Yeah, it's an anchor tag, right? And we usually use, so out in the wide web, just in general, when you're building anything, you generally use anchor tags to hold what? What goes in an anchor tag? Just let's say, not even building an app, you're building a static page. What do you put in an anchor tag? What goes in there? When we see href, what does that contain? Ahref contains hyperlinks. Yeah, hyperlinks, web addresses, google.com, facebook.com. And once you put something in an anchor tag with this href thing, what that'll turn it into is a blue clickable link. And then you click that link and it takes you to a web page somewhere else, right? That's just what happens. That's what anchor tags do. They are expecting a link of some kind that's going to take you somewhere else. And so what we're doing here is, again, we're exploiting the built-in functionality of this tag. Is what this anchor tag will do is that as soon as you click it, as soon as I click that cancel button, my anchor tag is going to say, oh, okay, I am passing a path to whoever is listening, and it's going to get acted upon. So again, similar to the form, it's just built-in functionality. We don't have to build anything to listen for this because it's built into the tag itself. It's going to raise its hand and it's going to say, hey, server, I have a path for you. Path right here. Hello. And my server is going to say, oh, yeah, all right, I can take this path and I know what to do with it. So once again, we're using built-in functionality, so we don't have to build a main.js file on top of this to do anything. The logic is built into the tags themselves. Captain says, can we give our href whatever path and just have our controller handle it? Or does it have to be /? No, it can be whatever path you want. So let me think if I have any examples in this particular app of additional paths in an anchor tag. But no, it can be whatever path you want. You need to have the routes set up, right? You need to have the routes set up on your server side so your server knows where to send it. So really, I could make this path be as complicated as I want. And you'll see that there's sometimes in apps, the paths will be crazy complicated. But as long as you have the appropriate routes set up on the server side, then yeah, you can absolutely send whatever path you want. But again, you need to have the infrastructure that's listening for it and knows what to do with it. Okay. So that's what we're doing here. This is why we don't need a main.js, because there is built-in functionality inside of these HTML tags already that's going to raise it. It's basically going to say, raise its hand, say, hey, server, hello, come pick me up. And the server is like, all right, oh yeah, I see you, hi. And it's going to pick up that information. So the handoff is already handled by the tags and then the server listening for that activity. Okay. I hope that helps. But yes, good, excellent question. That's why we don't need a main.js. We don't need event listeners or anything like that, because we are using functionality that's already built into HTML to handle it for us. All right. So we've got that set up. And let's finish out our form here. So I kind of put a little bit of like pseudocode here, just saying, hey, if the clicked item is equal to the item in the list that we got from the database, then display this form. I need to add a little bit more meat to that to make it not pseudocode. So I'm going to just say, all right, if item dot underscore ID is equal to ID item. Now, this may not make sense immediately, but all we're doing is we're saying if the item ID is equal to the ID of the item that was clicked, then display it as a form. And we'll revisit this a little bit later. For now, just go ahead and add it, and we'll revisit what's happening here a little bit later. But this ID item field is what's going to be passed when we click on the edit page. Click on that edit button. It's going to pass the ID of the item we clicked on, and it's going to send it so that our EJS can use it. So that's what we're doing here. So for now, just go ahead and add it, and then we'll see how this works a little bit later. All right, I'm going to complete my tag here and say this. Close the tag. You got to remember to close your EJS tags on each line. Otherwise, it won't like you and it will error out. So display the form. Got our confirm and cancel buttons already. make this a little bit bigger. Confirm and cancel buttons, close the form, close the list item. All right, so that's what happens if the item that was clicked on is equal to the item in the list that we are looping through. However, if not, we need to have an else condition here. Else, and just display as a regular list item. All right, I'm going to back this up by one. Go. Else, display a regular list item. And I think I can copy this from my index.ejs. Yes, I can. So I'm going to do that. And so from index.ejs, I can just copy this whole list section right here and paste it into my else. Because if it's not the one we clicked on, we just want it to look like a regular list item with the regular buttons. Okay, so I think we do need to make a couple of tweaks here, but for the most part, it should be fine. Item.text input, item.num input. We're going to leave the edit and remove links blank for now. We're going to populate those in a bit. Edit, and I'm going to say cancel. Oops. No, edit, and yeah, we'll leave that as is. That'll be fine. Okay. All right, and then I can close my tags. I'm going to close my else tag here. I'm going to catch up with chat in just a second. I just don't want to mess up this EJS while I'm typing it because it can be a little finicky to get right. So I will catch up with chat in a second, I promise. All right, close that and then close my overall for each. So what we're doing here, getting a list of items. For each item in the list, we're checking to see if it was the one that was clicked on. If it was, we display it as a form like it is here on the right. We display it as a form with the values pre-populated and then a confirm and a cancel button. The confirm button takes us to a new edit path, which we're going to add as a route on our server side. The cancel button takes us back home to the home path. And then if it's not the one we clicked on, we're going to take it, it's going to take us to it's going to display a regular list item with just the same edit and remove buttons that we had before. Okay, so that should finish our view. I'll push this up to GitHub. According to Google, HTML 2.0 in 1995 introduced the form and input tags, and they have been kicking butt ever since. Wow. So 1995, 2005, 2015. Wow. So they're almost 30 years old, those tags. That's nuts. Wow. Form is old. I love using copy and paste. Yeah, me too. When she reaches this point in chat, she'll wish she could get back the last 60 seconds of her life. And I skimmed. It's all good. All right. So I think we're done with the view. I'm going to go ahead and kill my server just for a minute so that I can push this up to GitHub. Now, it's not going to work just yet, right? Because we can't, we haven't actually set up our particular routes that are going to get us here, but we'll have the view. So I'm going to do git add, git commit -m added edit view. All right, git push. Okay, it's now in the repo. So you can access it if you would like to, if you're following along. People building these kind of things in 20 minutes with WordPress. Yeah, but what's important is that you know how to build custom stuff as well, because especially if you're working with like enterprise type apps, you're going to need to be able to build from scratch. Yeah. Okay, so there's our view. Now let's make sure our server is set up to do a couple of things. It needs to be able to get us to the edit page, and it needs to be able to handle the edit stuff, And it also needs to be able to remove stuff as well. Okay. To check for duplicates, I had to switch the async await to new promise for conditionals in controllers. I totally didn't copy the page with take care of duplicates, please. Okay, I'm not quite sure what you said there, but glad you figured it out. Okay. All right. So now let's go to our server and see if it is going to be able to handle edit routes. Okay. So edit. Also, too, let's go ahead and create the route that's actually going to get us to this page. All right, so if I'm on let's go over to our homepage view really quickly. We're going to go into our views folder and we're going to go to our index.ejs. And so we've created an edit route for when we actually submit an item to be edited, right? But how do we get to that page in the first place? So we need to add a route on our edit link. So this route here, when I click edit button, I want to go to the edit page. So I'm also going to add a route here to edit a specific item. So this route, I'm going to call it /edit. And again, I can make these routes whatever I want as long as I make it so my server can handle them and route them to the appropriate controller. So edit item underscore ID close tag. All right. And so the path that that's going to pass is essentially whichever item I click on, it's going to pass edit / and then the unique ID for that item. So let's watch what that does. In the finished version, I click edit. It passes edit / and then the item ID. All right. EJS renders that item ID. And that's what gets passed to the server. Okay. So edit / item ID gets passed up there when I click the edit button. And when I click the remove button, we're going to have a similar path. We'll say edit / remove / and then the item ID. So once again, we're using the unique identifier for that item and passing it up to our server. And then our controller is going to take that and know what to do with it. So 2 new routes here that our server is going to need to be able to handle, but we made them similar enough that we can be smart about building our routes around this /edit path here. All right, so I have these 2 routes now. I'm also going to add them to my edit page as well. So just get this link here, add it to my href here, edit, and get the remove link and add that as well. There we go. Okay, so should be good to go. This is what's going to get passed to our server. Now we need to make sure our server is ready to handle them. Dan says, I like this port 8500 trend setting going on here. None of that 3000, 8000. Well, so a lot of the reason why I do that, Dan, is because a lot of times I have the finished app running and the demo app running at the same time. So my finished app is running on 8500, and then I can have my demo app running on the more standard 8000. So that's why I do that. Yeah. Gotta keep them separated. Yep. All right. Now, we see that the way I've done these routes is that both of them start with /edit. So now let's go ahead and go over to our server.js and make sure that it's set up to handle those /edit routes. What I'm going to do is go down to the routes section of my server. And I think this is more of a structural thing, is that I don't necessarily want all of my routes in the same location. I think what I'd like to do is have my homepage routes be in one file and all of my edit routes be in another file. So I'm going to create another file called edit routes, and I want to make sure that my server is set up to send things to that edit routes file. Okay, so I can copy this and say app.use, and I'm going to have my server listening specifically for routes that start with /edit and have it send those to an edit routes file, which we haven't created yet. Okay, so now my server is going to be listening for two types of routes. First is routes that just start with a /, and second is routes that start with /edit. How much money can we earn when we finish this 1,000 days of code? That is up to you. That's up to you. What type of job you look for, how much you negotiate for, how strategic you are with your networking. That is up to you how much money you earn. Yeah, it's basically like a prefix, right? So if you're remembering the routes we've set up so far, you might say, wait, hang on, time out, friend. Whenever I submit a new item, the route that gets passed is /new, right? My server is only listening for / and /edit. And for that matter, the route that I pass when I edit an item is /edit /update, blah, 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 right? But my server isn't listening for that either. So the way that this works is it's just looking to, it's only reading as far as it needs to, right? It's only looking at the first section of whatever path you send. So what it's doing here is it's saying, all right, first section of whatever route you send, if it's just the /, it's going to go down home routes. If it's something like /new, it's going to say, well, it's not /edit, so I'm just going to send it to the catch-all route. It starts with a /. That's where it'll send it. If it starts with /edit, it's going to say, oh, matches /edit. I can send it to edit routes. So it's a little funky, but it's really just looking at like the first section of whatever route you send and seeing whatever is the closest match. Yeah, and I don't think that the order matters, but I really should rearrange these to make it clearer that like the / is the catch-all. So I'm going to switch these around. However, it does work in the other direction. It does actually work in the other direction. If you look at the finished product, if you go on my GitHub and you get the finished repo, so I already have all the finished code out there. If you pull that down and run it, it will work with it in the reverse order with the / first. However, I would think in this case, best practice would be to switch these to have your catch-all be the last thing. So yeah, I think in general, what it finds is the best match. The best match for the first section of the path is what it's going to send it down. But this is probably best practice, is to have your catch-all be last. Yeah. But Angular, what's interesting here is that it does work in reverse. So again, if you look at the finished code, you'll find that it does work in reverse just fine. It'll send you down the right routes. So, but I'm going to switch them for best practice. Oops, no, cancel, no, stop. All right, save that. So now we're able to send all of these edit routes to their own router, which we'll create. So let's go to the routes folder and create it. Inside of my routes folder, I'm just going to create a second router called edit.js. And for ease of use here, I'm going to copy what I have in home.js in the home router and just drop it in here, and then we'll modify it. Okay. So again, we're requiring Express. Yeah, so in this case, it's not a true catch-all, right? It starts with the /, but if you're using a wildcard symbol, then the catch-all would need to be last because it's taking anything and everything. Yep. All right, so in our router, we have express. We set up the router method itself. We're going to have a new set of controllers in an edit file, which we'll make in a minute. So in our controllers, we're going to have a file called edit.js. And now inside of this router, I need to make sure that I am handling all of my edit routes specifically. All right, so I'm going to have a controller called edit controller. It's going to require a file in the controllers folder called edit. And I'm going to have a few references to it. So what are the actions that I need to do in order to edit? Well, first thing I need to do is I need to get the edit page, right? I need to do three things here. I want to get the edit page. I want to submit the updated item. And I potentially want to remove an item. So there's three routes I need to handle. I want to get the edit page, update the item, or remove an item. Three routes. All right. So if I want to, I'm just going to get rid of these. All right. So router. If I want to get the edit page, what method should I use here? Router dot what? If I want to get the edit page, what method should I use? Yeah, router.get, right? Router.get, and then some stuff. So I'm going to have a path that's coming in here. And I'm going to be visiting my edit controller. Oops, sorry. Router.get, edit controller, dot, and then I'm going to have a method called getEdit just for the edit page. Okay. We haven't done the controller yet, but this is what this method will be called, getEdit. And so a path is going to be passed into our edit page. We'll populate that in a second. For now, I'm just going to set up my routes and then we'll fill out the paths. All right, so if I want to get the edit page, get the edit page with the item ID that we want to edit. Okay. Router.get, yeah. So the path that we're passing in here is just going to be, it's just going to be a string that contains the item ID. That's all we'll need because Mongoose is going to help us look up that item based on the ID that we're passing in. Code should document itself. No, I still like writing comments. Nah, self-documenting code is a myth. Personal opinion. All right. So that's our router. We'll fill in that path in just a second. We need to think closely about what we're passing in. So our second one let's fill out our second one for when we want to delete an item. This one's a little trickier. So I'm going to fill it out here. We're going to do another get. And again, we're going to pass in a certain path. And I'm going to have a controller called edit controller.delete task. And here we see an example of, I don't have to pass in like router.delete or whatever. I can pass in a get request and then have my controller actually handle the delete itself. So it doesn't really matter what I pass in here as long as I'm routing it to the appropriate controller. Okay? So you don't have to get too fussy about, am I passing the correct method, all that sort of thing. As long as you pass it to the correct controller, it will work. And then our path is going to be unique for a deletion. Why not just call edit controller and get edit just get. These are referencing specific methods inside of my controller, so it might make more sense once we code it out. We're trying to be specific here to show exactly what's happening at each point. If I just said get here, I have multiple controllers that handle get requests. I have a home controller that handles GET requests. To get the home page, I could be getting the home page. I could be getting the edit page. How do I know what controller I'm referencing specifically in my code if I don't say get edit? So if I want to know specifically what I'm editing, what I'm getting here, without having to actually look in the controller itself, I feel like I need to be specific. Okay, so delete task is going to be my other method. And then my third method is when I want to update information. So if I want to update a task itself, I submit this form, right? I'm on the edit page here. I change my information and I click the submit button, which then submits the form, right? And with what we know about the limitations of forms, what type of request is that going to be? Router dot what? Remember we talked about the limitations of forms. What type of request is it going to be? I can give you the starter repo. I think that's what you were asking. There you go. Your command is asking me. Yeah, exactly. Good. Yay, first time chatters. Woo! First time chatters coming in hot today. A fuzzy TV post. Yes, exactly. Forms are limited to only post and get requests, right? So even though this is technically an update, when I click the update button, what it's actually doing is a post. Okay, so and again, we're going to be passing in a path, referencing the controller, and we're going to have a method that's called update task. Okay, so and you know what? Actually, I want to rename these. I have them called task, but I want to rename them to item. That's something I use this. I copied and pasted code from another project I did, and they were called tasks in that project, but these should be item. So sorry about that. These should be delete item and update item. All right, updates the item using data passed in from the form. Okay. Hey, Fuzzy Bear, welcome. All right, so yes, and Zenasis, you're correct. Our two GET requests are identical right now. However, the paths are going to be different. We haven't filled out the paths yet, and that is where these are going to become unique. And so that's what we're going to do now. We're going to fill out the paths in our routes, which are going to make sure that our router always knows exactly which method to route them to, whether it's an edit or a delete. So yes, you are correct. These GETs are identical, and this is a post. So these two are currently identical. However, what's going to make them different is the paths that we're passing in. So to remind ourselves what those paths are, let's look back at our view and see when I click the edit button to get the edit page, what path am I passing in? So let's see. What am I passing in? All right. Looking at my index.ejs, I click the edit button and I am passing the path /edit/ and then the item ID. Okay, so the way it works is that when I click this button, the server essentially handles the first chunk of the path, the chunk that it's listening for. So remember, our server is listening for something starting with /edit, right? Server is listening for /edit. Okay, so consider that kind of taken out of the path. That's no longer there. It passes the remainder of the path to our router. So what remains now is a / and then the item ID. So that's what our router should be listening for. because the server already said, oh, this is a slash edit route. Cool. It chopped that part of the path off, and it passes the remainder of the path to our router, which now just contains slash and then the item ID. So router is now going to be slash and then the item ID. Why is it method override needed? Because our router doesn't do any logic itself, right? The router does not think. The router just routes. And so as long as you route that information to the correct controller, the controller can do whatever the hell you want. This could be a GET request and the controller could, well, not necessarily, but this you could have whatever you want as the message being passed, as the method being passed. And then the controller does all the logic. So the controller could go into the database and delete an item. The controller will do whatever you tell it to do. So you don't need method override because all you're doing here is you're sending a route to the correct controller. And then the controller does all the logic. And the controller will do whatever logic you've told it to do. So you'll see how it works here. Once we write out our controller, you'll see that even though we're sending a post request on this update path, our controller is actually going to do a put. Yeah. Angular says, can we get certification of completion when we fish 100 Yes, there's a certain checklist of items that you need to do. I think you'll find more information on the Discord about the checklist that you need to complete. And then you'll need to submit that as a form, as a Google form, and then you can get a certification once you've done all the items on the checklist. There's quite a few. So yeah, check on the Discord for that and see if you've met all the requirements, and then you can get a certification if your job does require that. All right, so for our getting of the edit page, like I said, we're passing just, at this point, all we're doing is we're passing a slash in the item ID. However, we're now on the back end, right? We're on the server side. Does our server know how to interpret EJS? Does our server know EJS? Could I just do this? And be like, whoops, and be like, Merp? Will that work? Will that be valid? I'm glad you're excited, Dan. Will our server be able to interpret this? Well, Angular, yes, you can get your certification if you fill out the items on the checklist. But there are quite a few, so check the Discord for that. The magic ball says not likely. No, yeah. Our server doesn't know EJS notation. No, our server does not know EJS syntax. Exactly. Yeah. So we need to use a slightly different syntax if we're passing in an item ID. Yes, we are sending data from our EJS file. However, I can't use that same notation, right? I have to use a different notation on the server side. So that notation is just this, :ID. This is the notation that I use when I'm passing in a value that could really be anything. It's essentially like, it's almost like I'm storing that value in a variable here. So I'm passing in something like this. So up here at the top of my screen, I'm actually passing in /edit and then a whole bunch of number garbage, right? However, that number garbage might be different every single time depending on which edit button I've clicked. So it could be that, it could be that, something else, something else, something else. And so using this :ID is almost like a variable. It just says, hey, take whatever's in the path and interpret it as just an ID. It's going to be an ID of some kind. Pass it in, interpret it as an ID. So that's what the : is telling us. Instead of having to hard code the value, we can just say, yep, this is going to be an ID. pass it to the get edit controller. Uh-huh. Yeah, Captain. Yeah, and so this is, and what we're passing is the MongoDB ID, exactly. MongoDB ID gets passed up, and the router is saying, all right, I'm listening for a slash with some type of ID value after it. If I get that path, I'm gonna send it to the get edit controller. Okay. Yeah, Blue Dream and method override is really, that's more of just an option. You don't necessarily need it. It can make your code look better and easier to read, but in the case of a simple app like this, we don't need it. Yeah. Okay, so that's our edit path. Now, our delete path. Let's look again back at our view and see what that delete path is. So the delete path is /edit /remove, and then again the item ID. All right, so let's follow the yellow brick road again. Our server is listening for a path that starts with /edit. Okay, so it essentially kind of removes that. It says, all right, I was already listening for /edit. I'm going to take it out of the path. So what's left? What's left in that path? If I remove /edit, what is the remainder of the path going to be in my router? Yeah, exactly, Tex. Edward, sorry. I always think of it in my head as like Tex. Edward, the path is going to be /remove, right? Yeah, /remove : ID. Exactly. So the remainder of that path that gets passed in once we remove the edit is going to be /remove / and then the unique ID. So now we can see that these two paths here are no longer identical, right? They now go to different, we're now passing in different paths, which tells our router exactly where to send this information. So this first one is just /:ID. The second one is /remove / ID. And so now our router can easily tell the difference between them and knows exactly which method it's going to call in order to perform the correct action. All right, and then finally, we just have our post. So whenever they submit the form to update the item, so when they click this confirm button, let's see what route we need there. All right, so that's going to be in our edit view. When they click this submit button, so our action here is /edit /update and then the item ID. Okay, so eagle-eyed viewers, what is my path going to be in my route? Angular, no, it works just fine. I promise. Because these paths are truly unique, right? These paths are truly unique. It's listening for this specific path and none other. Yeah, exactly, DevQuest. Yeah, don't forget that you need an initial / there. Update. Yep, it's just going to be that. So this specific path here, we'll send it to the edit controller. This specific path here, we'll send it to the delete controller. This specific path here, we'll send it to the update controller. Okay. And then the last thing we do is export this so that we can reference it inside of our server.js. You're finally getting it. Yay! Awesome. Okay. This video will stay up, Latjor. Yes, it will. It will be on Twitch for up to 60 days. I will also move it to YouTube before it expires, though. So you can do !YouTube in chat for a link to my YouTube channel if you don't already have it. And that's where all my past videos can be found. Oh, good. You're already subbed. Awesome. And also, just hint, my I love it when you watch videos on on Twitch, because that helps with my visibility on Twitch overall. However, my YouTube channel is ad free, so if ads just get your goat, my YouTube channel is ad free. I would appreciate views on Twitch though, because it helps surface me to new viewers. But do what you want to do. Yeah. Okay, so our router is done. It's handling each of these unique paths and routing it to the appropriate controller. So now let's go back to our server.js and make sure our server is able to send things to this router that we've created. So I'm going to save it. All right. Earlier, we set up our server to listen for edit routes, but we didn't assign this variable. So I'm just going to go up here, create a variable called const edit routes require, and then route to my edit routes. All right, /routes, and then /edit, and it found it for me. Now, my server knows when it gets something that starts with /edit, it's going to send it to the edit routes. And then my routes are going to be able to send it to the correct controller once we finish building those controllers. Good stuff, Latjo. I'm glad you get no ads here on Twitch. Some folks get a lot of ads, some folks don't get any. It doesn't feel like there's any rhyme or reason. I don't run ads. I don't run any ads on my Twitch channel. However, Twitch does force a certain number of ads to run if you're not subscribed. I cannot change that. I would if I could. But yeah, Twitch forces X number of ads to run, and it's redonkulous. So I gotta take a drink. My voice is getting scratchy. I would turn ads off here on Twitch if I could, but I can't. Because Jeff Bezos needs another rocket. Okay. Anyway, getting distracted. All right, so we've set up our server to listen for edit routes. We've set up the edit routes themselves. Now we need to set up the methods in our controller. We'll need 3 methods, one called getEdit, one called deleteItem, and one called updateItem. All right, so in controllers, let's go ahead and add a new file called edit. And then what we'll do is I'm going to copy the shell from my other controller, from my home.js controller here, and then we'll change it to be what we need it to be. So I'm going to copy and paste, because copying and pasting is fun. And then I'm just going to remove that. So what we're doing here is we are requiring our database model, and then we are going to be exporting 3 methods. So we're going to take another break here in just a second, but I want to at least get these methods on the board here. So our first method is going to be called getEdit to display our edit page. And then our second one is going to be called delete task. And then our third one is going to be called update task. All right. Oh yeah, you're right. These should be item. That's a good call. Yep. Again, that's just a vocab thing. Delete item, update item. Yep. Good catch. I changed that in the router, and I need to change it here so that it matches the correct method name. So getEdit, delete item, and update item. Now, if we look at our routes here, delete item and update item, it should be able to reference those. Let me just see something here real quick. Oh, I need to save it. Sorry. Once I save this, and then once we turn these into actual functions, it should be able to reference them in our router, and you'll see them change color. Okay. But first, we need to take a break. It's break time. And then when we come back, we'll finish coding out these controllers, we'll test our routes, and we'll be done. And you'll find, I think what you'll find is a lot of these controllers are very similar or somewhat similar to the controllers that we've built already. For example, the get edit page is basically going to be the same as the controller we use to get our home page. We're just going to render a different page at the end, right? Because our EJS is handling all the stylistic stuff. We're just doing pretty much the same thing here to find stuff from the database and then send it to our EJS. So going to see some very strong similarities. And so Captain asked, how come models and controllers are exported differently? So in this case, what we're doing is we're just exporting a bunch of these methods simultaneously so that our router can reference them. There's multiple different ways that you can import and export things. This is just the most common way that I see this being done, is that you can just export these all at once in one big batch, and then be able to reference them, elsewhere. And what we're doing here is, you'll notice that when we reference them elsewhere, we're referencing it as a method inside of like a class. So edit controller dot get edit. So it becomes like a method inside of a class. So it gets referenced slightly differently. It gets referenced as a method versus as like a standalone item. So it gets referenced as a method of the edit controller because they all belong within that singular controller. I think you'd probably export them individually, but in this case, we don't have to because they're all being referenced within the same router, and they're all, related to each other. Okay, so let's take 5 minutes. And then when we come back, we'll finish our controllers and then we'll be done. Hooray. Yeah, and that's correct. That's a good point. These are not named exports either. They're just a default export as exported as a method within this larger like I think of like the controller as like a class almost, and these are methods within the class, but yeah, it's a default export. All right. 5 minutes. I need to get more hydration. My voice is croaking out a little bit. So I'll see you back here in 5, and then we'll finish out our controller and we'll be done. Alrighty. See you in 5. Okay, folks, I am back, but you still have about a minute left minute left in the break, so don't panic. Get yourself a drink of water, pet your dog, pet your friends, pet your partner with their permission. Uh, Use the restroom, do a stretch, stand up. If you've been sitting this whole time, y'all better stand up and like wave your arms around or something. You can't be sitting there that long. Not good for you. Get on up, move your shoulders. I see you sitting down this whole time. Get on up. And I am back with, I have lemonade this time for my drink of choice, which is very good for, keeping your voice from sounding like a frog. Um, mm. Citrus is good for that. I take one drink, my voice sounds clearer. Pro tip. All right, I'm going to go ahead and stop the timer. Okay. So yeah, fun fact, I used to do like choir competitions and things like that, like singing, state singing competitions and stuff like that. And like lemons were like the hot commodity because if you wanted your voice to sound good, your voice is getting tired, you're in you've had multiple competitions in the same day. You would literally just go and like take a lemon and like just like crunch it and yeah, to keep your voice from getting all croaky. So, pro tip. Can I add singing as an reward? Maybe I might. I don't know what I would sing, but yeah. I used to do that stuff. I do sing. I sing to my pets. I do. Little stupid songs. Yeah. Yeah, I might think about adding that as a reward. Karaoke night, sure. All right, let's get back to it. Okay, so when we left off before the break, we just need to flesh out our controllers here. And then I think there was a question. I need to scroll back up to find it. And Dan Can Code had a really great explanation. They worded it far better than I had done, talking about when the how we're exporting these things here. So what we're doing here is they phrased it quite well. They're exporting a plain object with all of these methods bundled into it, with the edit, the delete, and the update bundled into it. And then once we reference it in the router, we are naming it edit controller there, right? So edit controller, we're saying, all right, require everything in the edit file. And so now that we've done that, we can just say, all right, look in the edit controller file for a method called get edit, and it's able to reference that. So we're essentially just kind of bundling all of these up in a generic export, and then we're able to reference it in the router just by saying, hey, look in the file and find a method called get edit. Yeah. Okay. Yes, I did play the piano for many years. I don't really anymore. My house is too small for a piano. But yeah, I do play the piano as well. Yep. All right. Yeah, good explanation, Dan. That's why I wanted to highlight it. Okay, so let's fill out our controllers here. So for get edit, let's think about what we want to do in this particular controller. Well, essentially what we want to do is we want to do two things. We want to, well, three things actually. We want to go into the database and we want to return all of the items so that we can add them to a list on our edit page, right? So our edit page is still going to contain all the items. So we want to go into the database. We want to get all the items out of it. And then we also want to render the page itself, right? We want to send a message to say, hey, render the edit page. So get all the items from the database, render the edit page, and at the same time pass in all of the items to render. And then the third thing we want to do is we want to make sure that we're calling out the specific item that we clicked on to edit, right? We passed in the route up to this, we passed in the item that was clicked on. We passed in that ID. So the ID of the item that we clicked on, it's gotten passed up through the route. And now essentially what we need to do is pass it all the way back down into the edit page itself so that EJS knows which item to put into that form layout. So essentially we click on it, we send it all the way up the route, we send it into the controller. The controller is going to then make sure that it is sent with the render request so that EJS knows, oh, wait, this is the item that I'm supposed to render as a form instead of a list item. So we'll do it, and then you'll probably get a better feel for how it works. But essentially, yeah, what we're doing is when we click on that edit button, we grab the item ID, it gets bundled up into the route, passed into the controller, and then passed back down into the edit page to make sure that we are displaying the correct item as a form. Okay, so let's see how that works. We're talking to our database here, right? We're going to be talking to our database to get stuff. So what type of method or function should this be? What do I need to do? What do I need to add to this to make sure it's the correct kind of method? If I'm talking to the database, what should this be? Yes, it's going to be async, right? Yep. So I'm going to say, actually, let me make sure here real quick. Yep, async. It's going to be async. Yep. Rec res. And async. Yep, exactly. So it's going to be an async method. And then you can see as soon as I added that and I turned it into an actual function, it's now turned sort of that gold color. And I think if we check back, if I save this and check back in the router, yeah, now that's turned gold because it's able to find that and call it if needed. So edit controller.getEdit is now that gold color. Cool, perfect. Okay. Yeah, async rec res, exactly. Now all of the data from the path or whatever is being passed up in the request. So if I want to get the ID of the item that we passed up in that route, so the route being /edit / and then the ID value, I need to extract it from that request. I'm going to put it in a variable called ID, and I'm going to say rec dot. If I want to pull something out of a path, does anybody know how I do that? Rec dot what? If I want to pull an item, if I want to pull something out of a path that I'm passing up to my controller, how do I extract it? Rec dot body would be if I was passing like form data in the body. That's a good guess though. That's going to be in the body of the request. Yes, correct. But if we're passing it in the actual path, like /edit /ID, whatever, it's not, that's not the body of the request. That's someplace else. It's in the URL, correct? However, there's a specific word for that which afuzzytv has identified, and that is called the params. Yeah, rec.params.id, correct. So if I want to pull something out of the path itself, I need to look in the request params or parameters. That's what we call that path, rec.params, and the specific item that I want to pull out of those params, we've already identified as the ID. Yeah, exactly. All right, and then I'm also just going to console log that just to show that that's what we're getting out of that. And then another thing, I'm actually, so if you're looking at the finished product, it's structured a little differently, but I'm going to change this. I'm going to be risky here, and I'm going to make a change on the fly. So bear with me for just 1 second. All right, I'm going to copy it from here. Yeah, I'm going to copy this. And if you're already looking at the finished repo, I'm making a substantive change here, and I'm going to tell you what that is in a second. All right, const items, wait item list find, and I'm going to, making changes on the fly has never been a bad thing, right? Actually, I'm going to copy this whole try catch block here, and I'm going to drop it in here. Yeah, okay. So const items, we're going to look inside of item list, and we're going to find everything, and then we're going to render edit.ejs, and we're going to pass in the list of all items just like we did before, but I'm going to add something additional here, and it's going to be id item :id. So when I render edit.ejs, I'm passing in the entire list of items as well as the individual ID of the item that was clicked. And again, this is going to tell EJS two things. It's going to say, all right, display all the list items, and then when you find the one that's equal to this ID, display it as a form. Breaking change, quick update the major version number. Yeah, exactly. This is not necessarily a breaking change. It's more of a consistency change. What I realized is that in the finished version, this get edit method looks different than the get home method, and it shouldn't. They should look the same. So I just basically changed this format so it looks almost identical to the home controller, where we do something very similar. So yeah, this looks better now, I think. All right, we'll see if it works in just a second. I have not tried this, so fun stuff. All right. Catch error, cool. Render edits, send both of these. Find everything, send both of these. All right, cool. Okay. Next, let's go ahead and do our delete. So once again, I'm talking to the database here. So I'm going to have an async function, and the same for update as well. Async and async. All right. We're actually doing it live. I know. Risky business. All right, so I'll save that. Now, first thing I'm going to do here, I'm actually, before we go much farther, I'm going to test this and see if I can display the edit page successfully, clicking on a link. So before we get ourselves into too much hot water here, all right, I'm going to see if this even works. So if I click, I'm going to click edit on this third one here. We'll see what errors we get. Oh, my server isn't running. It helps if I actually run the app. So hang on. There we go. Okay. All right, let's try again. It helps if the app is running if you want to test something. All right. Okay. All right, so it's encountering an error because it's routing me back to the home page. So that's seems to be working as expected. Let's see if I hover over this. Oh, and another thing. Let me check this path. All right, so edit item ID. If I click edit, okay, that's correct. Edit item ID. Write your code to last 4 billion years. DevQuest asks, what was that little trick you did with the paste? I'm not sure what trick I did. I really just copied and pasted the controller from the home controller and then moved it over to the edit, which I'll push that up to the repo once I get it working. But first off, just going to figure out if I made a screw up here. All right. See if I'm getting an error here. Oh, I bet, you know what? Let me see here. So edit, pass in the item ID, go up through the route, edit controller dot get edit. Okay. Res.render, edit.ejs, which is what it's called inside of our views folder. I'm not getting any errors. Interesting. Probably have a typo somewhere, but we'll figure it out. Okay. Edit controller, controllers edit, get the ID, and go to our controllers, export that, get edit. Okay, so let me try something real quick. Just bear with me. I'm going to paste in the original version and we're going to see if that works. And then I'm going to try modifying it again. Okay, so the problem is not in my controller. That's good to know. So the problem is not in my controller because the old version worked just fine. So I think I have a hunch where it might be. Let me see. Just switch these back. Nope, not there. Okay, that's fine. Problem is in the EJS? Yeah, probably. Seems to be. It's not in the routes. Okay, so edit link is here. And ref, edit, item ID, edit that. Okay, slash edit. I don't see an issue here yet, but if anybody spots it, let me know. So I click edit, it passes the item ID up to the server. Server is listening for the edit route. Yes, and it's going to edit routes. Oh, wait, hang on. Maybe, no. Nope, that's fine. And it's going to the routes edit folder. Yeah, we never leave the home. I know that's what I'm noticing is that we're not leaving the home page, and I'm not sure why. Routes.edit. So we're getting to, it's not giving any errors. So /routes/edit, and then that's going to our edit routes. Okay, we can inspect. Inside of our body, let's look and see that what's being generated is correct. Oh yeah, it's not. Let's see, let's compare that against the finished product. Troubleshooting. Aha, yes, correct. So what we see here is that in the finished version, the link is listed in the DOM like it should be, right? Like this is the link that we would pass if we were to click on this link. I don't know if you can see that. It's probably behind my head. All right. So you can see that there's a link there, right? But then if we look at this version, the link is empty. So it's not being passed. Yeah. That ahref is not showing a link there. So every time we click on it, it doesn't go anywhere. We are linkless. Oh no. So let's see what the problem is. All right. What did I do? Oh, and I think I know what it is. Let's see. My D. I think it's because the item ID, it doesn't, it's not able to render it out. We are linkless, bereft of linkage. Yeah, exactly. So I think it's not able to render this link because something about the item ID isn't being passed. So that's all right. We'll figure it out. We're getting there. Item ID, that. I'm just inspecting my own work here. Is the var item ID? No, in this case it isn't. This is the actual ID of the database item. Yeah. So here's what I'm going to do. Yeah, it's not even rendering the /edit. I know. All right, a quick experiment time. I'm going to take this out, save it, and do that. So I'm just want to render just a pure string. Let's see if that works. Reload the page. And yeah, it's not rendering that either. Interesting. Ooh, a mystery. I love a mystery. All right. Quick test. Copy paste. From the finished version. Not even the pure string was pure enough. Yeah, you gotta love it. All right. Let's try this. Still not rendering it. Huh. Interesting. I've never seen that before. What is your major malfunction, soldier? Render something. Is it hitting the else? Well, it is hitting the else. That's correct. Yes. Yeah, maybe an ending bracket issue. I'm checking my EJS here. Blowing my mind. Ending bracket on line 34. Yeah, so that's correct. That's how it should be. So this is what this is doing is it's closing our for each loop. So this is closing our else right here, and this is closing our else. And what this is doing is this is closing our if right here. And then the ending parenthesis here is closing our for each. So our if is closed here, if else is closed here, and then these outer brackets are handling the for each. So the function in there, and then the outer for each parenthesis. So I think we're okay there. All right, let's try this. Just we're gonna scorched earth it for a second. I'm gonna paste from the finished version, and we're gonna see if that works. Just to see. Okay, reload that. Scorched earth. Sometimes you gotta. Oh, you know what? It would help if I wasn't being a dingus. No, I figured it out. All right, let me try. Right. Hang on. Let me see if I'm understanding my own idiocy correct, and then before I explain it to you. Hang on. The suspense. All right. Okay, edit item ID. Yep, all right. Here's that. So that looks the same. But yeah, that whole time we were trying stuff, I was working in the edit file instead of the homepage where I should have been working. So yeah, I wasn't even in the right file. Like I said, I'm a dingus. All right. That explains my idiocy, but it doesn't explain the problem yet. However, it does explain why nothing was working. Been there. Yeah. All right. So index.ejs, I have my opening and closing tags. That's open and close. And I just pasted in from the finished version now from the correct file. Reload this. Okay, now, I don't know what I did because it looks physically, it looks the same. But now, as soon as I pasted in from the finished version, it was able to populate those links. So let me go, I'm going to go back here and see if I can see what I did wrong. I visibly see no difference. Looks the same. I know, it looks the same to me too. But now it works magically. So yeah, because now if I expand this link, it shows the links. So I don't know what I did, but, and you know what? I think what it may have been, I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. I don't visibly see any difference here. But let's see if the edit link works now. Ghost, I know, right? Hey, sometimes stuff like that happens, and that's why we troubleshoot, right? So what did we do here? We inspected in the console, right, to see what happened, and then we just tried stuff. Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures. Yeah, so now I'm going to click the, now if I hover over the edit link, it's probably too small for you to see. But now when I hover over the edit link, you can see that it's actually passing the edit ID. So I think I've saved everything. All right, let's try it. Hey, look at that. Looky, looky. Now when I click edit, I get to the edit page. Woohoo! I'm now on the edit page, and I have my buttons. I have my item that I clicked on is now inside of a form. Oh, thank you, mine. Yeah, it could have been, I don't know, invisible character. I mean, I hand typed this and it looks exactly the same, but I don't know. So feel free to copy from the finished repo if that is going to help you. I will push this again now that we've fixed whatever invisible bug that was. So you can also copy it from the repo that we're working in. Thanks, Dan. All right, so now our edit works. Our edit page is now functional as far as displaying the page, finding the correct item, displaying it as a form, giving us the appropriate buttons. Now, if I click cancel, it should take me back to the home page. So let's try that. Yep, and it did. It took me back to the home page. And I'm going to try to edit a different one. And when I do that, it displays the edit page again, along with the appropriate item inside of the form box. Now, let me just try clicking edit from here. Yep, I do that. It does that. Same, same. Yay, functionality. Woohoo. Okay, perfect. Crab brave. Yes. All right, I'm going to push this because I did make a change to that edit controller from the finished repo, so it does look different. So my edit controller now has a similar structure to the homepage controller, just it looks visually similar, and that's what I wanted to do. So I'm going to push that. Commit-M, changed edit page controller, git push. There you go. Repo is now updated. Can we add an image carousel? Everybody wants. I do not like image carousels. I'm not a fan. Give me a gallery where I can just click on whatever image I want and then scroll through them if I want to, but don't force me to scroll through no images with carousel. Pet peeve. All right. Anywho, let's finish our controllers. Okay, so next, our edit controller works. Now let's set up our delete controller. Now, deleting is going to be easier because we don't have to render anything new. All we need to do is take in the ID that we've already passed in our route. We're passing in an item ID, the item we want to delete. We take that in, and then we just say, hey, MongoDB, get rid of the item that has this ID, please. And then we just reload the page. So I'm going to kind of copy the meat of this previous controller, copy paste. I'm going to get rid of this first ID here and the console log. And now inside of my try catch block, I'm going to get rid of that in there too. So essentially all I'm going to have is just the try and the catch. And actually, wait, inside of, I still do need the ID that I'm passing in. So I'm just going to say const, this will give us more practice on writing that. Const ID equals rec.params.id, because again, we're passing in the ID within the path itself. So within the route, if I go to the edit route here, we're passing in /remove and then the ID as a parameter, right? :ID. So our controller is going to go into the request, into the params, and pull out the ID. Okay, so that's going to be assigned to our value of ID. And then what I'm going to do here is essentially, let me think about how I want to do this, because again, I'm changing the structure here on the fly, so forgive me. I think all I want to do here is just say await item list. That's what I call my model, right? Yep. Await item list, and then say dot find by. You can see it's going to give me a list of methods here that I can use. So really, I can scroll through these and find the one that looks correct. But just out of the visible list of methods here, which one do you think we should use? It's actually the one we want to use is actually visible here on the screen. Which one do we want to do? So remember, what we're doing is we're deleting an item here. So which is, there may be multiple options that are valid, but which one is the best? Which one is the best? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're going to need it's going to need to be a delete of some kind, correct? So probably the best one is find by ID and delete, right? You might say, well, okay, but what about find one and delete? Sure, that might work. That's more for if you're searching for a particular like term in a field, right? So if I wanted to say, all right, find one that has the term test3 in the text field, then yeah, you could do it that way, but we already have the ID. We already have the most unique possible identifier for this data. So let's use it. Find by ID and delete. Yeah. Item list, find by ID and delete. And actually, I think in the original, I'm using find by ID and remove. So now that's an interesting little, yeah, that's an interesting. So I actually don't remember the difference between find by ID and delete and find by ID and remove. What's the difference? Anybody know? I'm genuinely asking. I can always look up the, the documentation, but yeah, we can always look at the documentation, but I'm just curious. So I think we just pass in the ID like that. We don't have any other options. We just want to find by ID and delete that one. But I can change it to find by ID and remove if this doesn't work. So, yeah. And actually, what I'm going to do here, another on the fly change. Forgive me. All right. So, wait. I'm just going to say const results. I'm curious what we get back from this, if anything. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, find by ID and delete. Okay, finds it first and then returns the document. That's what I wanted to see. I wanted to see if what we get back is the actual document that was deleted. So that's what, yeah, I'm going to console log that if we get it back. I'm going off script here, so we'll see if this works. But, and then the last thing I want to do is I want to res.redirect and go back. So after we delete the item, we essentially just want to go back to the home page. Or another thing we could do is we could just re-render the home path as well. But I'm going to see if this redirect will work. DevQuest says remove has been deprecated. Okay, so we'll use this one then. This is the one that came up in the method search. We'll see if that works. Yeah, try it. All right, I'll save that. So we have our try catch here. If there's an error, hopefully it'll give us one. And so after the deletion, I'm going to see if we can then redirect and go back to the home page. All right, so home page, cancel that. Oh, I don't have the cancel button working yet. Oh, and I also don't have it running again. So npm start again. After I did the push, I didn't start. Localhost. Okay. Does it work? Oh, good. Okay, because I'm just weighing it here, folks. I'm off of my notes. So if it works, that's freaking awesome. All right. Remove. Hey, it works. Oh, boy. Winging it is fun sometimes, especially when it works. All right. Yeah, so it did work. That's rad. I love it. Cool. Okay, so that was nice. What we did is we got ourselves away from a deprecated function. And you can see here, yes, it did console log that as well. So the item that was deleted got console logged. So we can be sure that we deleted the right thing without, this. I like console logging just at points like this. Whenever you're making a substantive change to something, I like adding a console log. And so you can just see if everything's firing, if it's deleting the right thing, that kind of thing. Yeah. If we want to save all the user info, we can never delete. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to delete things at any point. Yeah, but yeah, if you want to confirm, like if you're concerned that the wrong thing might get deleted, then yeah, you write it to the console, and then you can always add it back if you need to. It'll end up with a different object ID when you write it back, but at least you won't lose that. Yeah. So this is good for testing, console logging at various points, and so that's what we did here. Yay, go us! Proud of us. All right. Thanks for the DevQuest. Thank you for checking the documentation to update us on the history of why we no longer use find by ID and remove. Okay. Finally, updating. You check stack by stack. You mean Stack Overflow? Hey, Stack Overflow is great. I use it all the time. I never actually ask questions because I don't want to, get downvoted to oblivion, but I usually Google it. Yeah, a lot of times you can find exactly what you need. Okay, finally, update task, rec and res. Again, we have an async function here. And very similarly, we're going to need the ID of the item we want to update. So ID, rec params ID. And this time, again, I'm going to grab this again. Console log, I'm going to await something. I'm going to log the results. Actually, no, we're not going to do that. I'm just going to clear out this try catch block. And yeah, so in our try, this time what we're doing is we want to update an existing item. So I'm going to reference the item list model that we have. And I want to update an item. So I'm going to see what Mongoose has for me as far as methods for updating things. So if I say update, all right, so if I start typing the word update, we can see that it's going to give me some Mongoose methods that I could possibly use. And as somebody asked earlier, where are these methods coming from? What are they? These are all Mongoose methods that are built into Mongoose itself. So if I start typing update, we can see, all right, there's a few options here. Which one do you think I should use? Out of these 5 choices, we're going to ignore the one that's crossed out. Out of these 5 choices, which is the best one to use, do you think? Thinking about what information we already have. Any guesses? So they guessed update item, sure, potentially. But let's think about the information that we have. We already have the unique identifier, right? The unique identifier that will make sure that we never mix this record up with any other record and we can never accidentally update the wrong record. So we should probably use that, right? We should probably make sure that the mongoose method that we pick is going to make use of that unique ID that will never update the wrong thing. So I think the one I want to use is find by ID and update. I think that's the one I want to use. Yeah, find by ID and update. Exactly. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to make that go away. All right, find by ID and update is the one I want to use. Yeah, no, that's fine. You're okay. All right, so we'll use that one because it's going to automatically, being a built-in mongoose method, it's going to automatically take that ID and update it. All right, so what do we need to pass in? Well, this particular mongoose method takes a couple of arguments. The first one is the ID that you want to update. And then the second argument is the data that you're updating. So what update are you trying to make? Well, in this case, we just want to potentially update the text input and or the num input fields. So what I can do here is kind of, again, copy and paste from my home controller where we built the object initially. I'm just going to grab this whole thing and I'm going to drop it in my controller. There we go. So find by ID and update. This is the ID that I want to update. And these are the fields that I want to pass when I do update. Okay. So we're going to try that. And if it fails, we'll catch the error. And then after that, what I want to do is essentially redirect. Let's see. Do I want to redirect? Let me see how the existing thing is behaving. So if I do an edit and I click confirm, yeah, I want to redirect back to the home page. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it's interesting. As I'm looking at this, I'm like finding things that I'm fixing. So in my controllers, my edit page controllers were janky, man. What was I thinking? All right. Catch the error and then redirect. I think I'm just going to do it. We're going to do this two different ways to show how it can work both ways. So do that and then redirect there after it finishes updating the item. And then if there's an error, I want to do a redirect as well. So both places. Okay. Everything I need has been asked on Stack Overflow. Yeah, that's what I found too. Everybody's had some similar question at some point. People love correcting others. Yeah, they do. Well, they say that's right. They say the best way to get the right answer on the internet is by stating like the wrong answer. Yeah. Okay, so I'll let you know how this works in a second. But let's test it first. Before I go spouting off, let's see if this works. Okay, so I'm going to edit. And see, I'm editing this one. Let's put it as that, and then we'll confirm. Okay, so it looks like it didn't update. Let me see. Let me check the database and see if it updated there. One more time. Okay, so it didn't update. That's okay. But the remove still works just fine. So, good stuff. All right, that's fine. update, item list, find by ID and update, passing in the ID and the two fields. Okay. Oh, you're right. I need to, good call. I forgot the await. Thank you. I bet that'll do it. All right, one more time. Hey! It was a test. I was seeing if y'all remembered how to do async await, because I certainly didn't. Oh, good catch. Nice. Way to go. I'm gonna make that a little cleaner. All right, there we go. Okay. So I think we have full CRUD capability here, folks. Let's figure it. Let's see if we do. Test, test, test. All right, I'm gonna add something. Okay, we added something. I'm gonna, well, it's obviously we can read, right? We're reading from the database right here. Peachy. All right, I'm going to edit something. Take all that off of there. Confirm. Hey, we can edit something. And then I'm gonna remove something. Hey, we can remove stuff. Express server go bird. Yeah. And that's a great, I'm actually glad that happened as far as missing the await. So yeah, and Rascal is right. The reason that wasn't working before without the await was that Express was just skipping the line, and it was like, I'm not waiting on this to be done. I'm not waiting on this stupid update to be finished. I can redirect way faster than you can do that update. I ain't waiting on that. And so that's why we use await, because again, yeah, Express was literally going too fast. It wasn't waiting for this update to be completed before trying to do this redirect. So that's important. That's why await matters. That's why we make these functions async await. Yep. Good catch, Dan. Okay, Hassler asked, how come you didn't put a path on back and still not getting an error? Yeah, so that back thing, I believe it just works similar to the back button. It just goes to the last path that you were at. I think when I put this in originally, I was just experimenting with different ways to redirect. And this is just one that I found. I'm not 100% sure why it works. I just wanted to mess with different methods of redirecting. So one of them is back. Otherwise, for less confusion, you could always just go, redirect to the homepage path. But this seems to work as well. So have fun with it. Stair droids. I missed that joke originally, but yeah, stair droids, that's great. A full stack CRD app. Forgetting the U. If we couldn't get the update working, it'd just be a CRD app. That's great. Best joke of the night. Mm. Yeah, so Dan, what may have worked is without the await is if I were then to reload the page after the redirect. If I were to reload it, that might have worked. I didn't try that, but yeah, we definitely needed the await there. Yeah, async code is tricky. Yeah, I actually didn't check the database to see if the update went through. So we could try that. We could try removing the await and see if it actually updates the database or not. Let's do it. All right, so I'm taking the await out. Don't do this. We're living dangerously. All right, so I'm going to edit this. So we should have only a single item in here. I'm going to refresh my database so it's all nice and clean. All right. Yeah, so the database is refreshed. There's a single item in there, just one. We're going to keep things simple. I'm going to edit this. And I'm just going to change this to be test update. Confirm this. All right, so it routed back to the home page, and we can see that this did not update. However, let's see if it updated in the database. I'm genuinely not sure. Okay, it didn't. That is really interesting. That is fascinating. For science. Yeah, we're definitely, yeah. So that is fascinating. It didn't work at all. Without that await, it was just like, screw this. It skipped the whole thing and just went straight to the redirect. Interesting. Indeed. Yeah. Now, okay, next test. I'm going to remove the redirect. I just want to see, I want to see if this works. If I just have an update, nothing to conflict here, just an update with nothing in the way. So let's try this. All right, edit, test, update, confirm. Oh, look at that. It's spinning. You see it spinning? All right, let's see if that did anything here. Yep, nothing. Oh, and Rascal says, why do stuff when you can just not? Hey, that's, some philosophers have like built their entire like worldview on that. All right, Rascal says, because they still support the callback format, so it doesn't execute the query until awaited or passes. Okay, so it's, yeah. So it needs an await here. We have our async, and so it's not doing anything. Yeah, so it doesn't execute at all until it gets a callback or a then until it gets a callback or a then, which is essentially an await. Exactly. Yeah. So essentially, it's not doing anything until it hits this await, and that's what causes that to trigger. So, yeah. All right, I'll put everything back, and then I'll push this because we did make some changes of substance here. So I'm going to push this. So everything seems to be working. So I'm going to do a git add, git commit, and modified and finished edit controllers. Beep boop. Okay, and we'll do a git push. All right, there you go. And I'm going to update the base repo as well with these changes so that both repos will be identical in the end. Actually, yeah. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to update the finished repo, like the one that, had all the code in it from the start. I'm going to update that with these changes that we've made. And then I'm going to take the repo we've been working with today and roll it back to where we were at the start of class, so that folks who are watching the Twitch stream later can, follow along like you guys did today. So be sure that you have, a clean clone of this. And because I'm going to be making some, I'm going to be rolling this repo back. Hey, no worries, Champo. That's why you can rewind the stream and watch again. Once we start getting into controllers, it can get a little hairy, right? But there's no harm in rewinding later and watching back again. Otterfood asks, okay, let's look. Otterfood asks, in the first function, we don't use find by ID and just use find. So I assume you're talking about this item here, right here. Yeah, so what we're doing here in this first method, in this get edit method, is we are getting our edit page. In our edit page, actually, I need to restart my server. Hang on. Oh, nope, that's wrong. npm start. All right, try it again. I know how to type. Okay. Localhost 8000. All right. So on our edit page, once I'm going to add a couple more things. And get a few more things here. All right. So the way the edit page looks is it still contains the entire list of items, but only the item that we're actually editing is turned into like a form, right? So we still want to display everything, just have the item we clicked on be a form. So that's why we do that initial find of all items, because we still want to pass all items to our edit page. We just want to single out the one that we're editing as a form. Now, you don't have to do this. This is just something I did to show how you could loop through a list of items, identify one out of that list, and display it differently than all the others. It was more of just a sort of a showcase of something that you could do, how you can single out an individual item and display it differently based on information that you're getting from the controller. Yeah. So that's why we did that otter food. Good question. Yeah. So it's not, again, it's not something you have to do. You can build your app however you want. But in this case, it was more of like, here's how EJS can do cool stuff. And so then, what EJS does, since we're passing in both the entire list of items and the specific ID of the item we want to edit, what EJS is then doing is it is looping through the entire list. And then we have an if condition here to say, hey, if the ID of the item we are currently looping through matches that ID that was passed in when we rendered the page, then it singles it out and displays it differently. Else, just display it as a regular list item. So that just shows how you can use JavaScript logic in EJS to do stuff. Yeah. Hope that makes sense. Great questions. Y'all have been on fire with the questions today. I love it. All right. Last thing I want to do, just for completion's sake, is add just a little bit of CSS so this doesn't look like such hot garbage. It'll look like a little bit of garbage, but not a flaming pile of garbage. So last thing I want to do is add some CSS to my app. So quick quiz. If I have an app with views, where do I put my CSS? In my folder structure, where does my CSS go? I have my views folder here where I have my EJS and my template stuff. If I want to add CSS or like a static HTML page, where would that go? Does it go in the views folder? Where does it go? The keyword here is static pages. If I have any static pages, where do they go? Well, the link to it will be in the head. That's correct. Yeah, we'll need to link to the style sheet in the head, just like we would normally. But let's look in our server.js to see if we can find a clue. So again, I'm talking about static pages, pages that do not change, such as HTML or CSS. I think we may have referenced that in our server.js already. Aha, looky here. When we were setting our middleware, we said app.set express.static public. Yeah. So like DevQuest said, and like Angular said, yep, they're going to have a static folder of some kind, and that folder is going to be called public. And we already told Express where to find it. So Express will know that if we have any static pages, they are going to go inside of a new folder called public. Oh, can't spell. Public. All right. So go ahead and make a public folder. And then inside of your public folder, you can put your style.css or whatever you want to call it. Yeah. And you could have like a public asset folder. Yeah. If you had multiple assets or, types of assets, images, multiple style sheets, you might want to have some subfolders inside that public folder. Absolutely. We're just going to have one style sheet. So I'm just going to put it right in the public folder. But yes, absolutely, Hassler, you might have asset folders or image folders or things like that. Yeah, you could have, nest it down. In this case, we're just going to do public and then style.css. I'm going to copy and paste from the finished version, but we're going to review what these are. So nothing crazy here. So we have our body. I'm setting the font size to be 36. Font family to be sans serif because I like sans serif fonts better. Our input boxes, I'm also setting the font size, giving a little bit of margin. The buttons, setting the font size, and the list items, setting a margin on those. So you'll notice that I'm having to reset the font size for each tag type here, because input boxes and buttons have their own default styling, which you have to override. Yeah. So just remember, if you are doing manual CSS styling, things like sort of like self-contained items like buttons and input boxes will have their own default styling, which you also have to override. You can't just say body, font size. You have to also override it for these other types of tags. Okay, so save that, and then I need to make sure I'm linking to my style sheets in my views, like was mentioned previously. So I want to do my link to my style sheet. In order to do that, all I need to do is say link style sheet and then reference the location of that style sheet. Now you'll notice I didn't put public/style.css. All I did was /style.css. That is because Express already knows to look in the public folder for static files. So I don't need to say public/style.css. I just say style.css. Express is already looking in the public folder for static files. So copy that. Make sure that I'm also linking to it there. Okay, and then the last thing I want to do one more little bit of cleanup on my index.html. Some of you know, somebody pointed it out earlier. In the finished version, I'm actually also using the forbidden break tag between my input boxes, so they end up on different lines. Sacrilege, I know, but sometimes you just want to get it done. So that's what I'm going to do here. And I'm also going to do it in my form, break tag, and break tag. I hope I will someday be forgiven for my sins. All right. Now I'm going to go back to the home page and we'll see if those changes are applied. Yay. Okay. Yep. So home page now has our input boxes on separate lines. Oh, wait, but the styling didn't apply. Okay, that's fine. Public style.css. Where's my sans serif? Style.css is in my public folder. And I've linked to my style sheet in my index. CSS is for whims. Style sheet, style CSS. Okay, check my server. Let's see what silly mistake I made this time. Can't even link it. See, this still tells you how often I use style sheets, right? Express static public folder. I did save it. Everything looks good there. CSS, why don't you love me? All right, let's look in here in the Oh, I got an error. What's that error? Ah, looky here, we got an error. Refuse to apply style from localhost style CSS because it's text HTML is not a supported style sheet type. Interesting. Okay. Fun. Let's see if I missed a config here. Anybody seen that one before? Okay, that's all set. I think I did say it was a style sheet in the I specified it was specifically a style sheet. Yeah. It says, why don't you love me? Yeah, that should be a t-shirt. That should be specifically for me. All right. We'll figure it out. I thought this would be like the last little easy part. Style CSS. Okay. Yeah. Okay, cannot get. So this is the finished product, right? That's like, obviously sans serif. And my style sheet is. Ooh, whoa, Purple Elf, thank you for the raid. Bit of an embarrassing time to raid. I can't get a style sheet working. We've actually finished our project for today. Normally I would be done by now, but I decided to shoot for the stars and had a style sheet on the fly. So, and it's not working. So that's super fun. But hey, thank you so much for the raid, Purple Elf. Love your stuff. Always fun to raid you. That's what that's what style sheets are for, being a problem. Yeah. So let's now we got new folks here. We got new blood. I'm sure y'all will figure it out right away. So in my server.js, when I'm setting my middleware, I am setting my public folder as the location for my static files. So this is a very simple app template. Oh, is it app.use? Ah ha ha. I think, you know what? I think somebody tagged me on Twitter with that exact mistake like yesterday. They tagged me on Twitter and they're like, I couldn't get my style sheet working. Look what I did. And I just did the exact same thing. All right, let's try again. All right, let's try it. Hey, it works. Yay. Yep. It was app.use, not app.set. But what's interesting is I think app.set. Yeah. Okay. Yep. There we go. That's it. I just had it wrong. I think somebody tried to warn me on Twitter, and then I didn't see it. I didn't understand. And so yes, but now we have discovered the problem and we have fixed it. So raiders, we solved the problem. Thank you for stopping in, folks. But yes, what are we doing today, Raiders? Today, what we did is we're just kind of doing a review. And if y'all were present when I rated Purple Elf last week, we had started doing that review, but we didn't finish it. So what we were reviewing was how we can build a full stack app from scratch using the MERN stack. No React this time, but just more thinking about the back end. And so sort of remembering how routes work together, how controllers work with the model, with our database, how we can set up a schema, how we can, do all these things to make an app truly full stack, and then kind of have a template that other people could build on top of to basically make it do whatever the heck they want. Yeah. Hey, I'm fine, Purple Elf. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for asking. I hope you're doing well also. Hey, Fafin. Hey, so yeah, who am I? Well, I am Mindwolf. And what I do is I teach educational coding streams. That's really what I do. It's what I have fun doing. We mostly talk about web development. I've done a little bit. So my day job, I'm actually a SQL developer. So back-end SQL developer at the enterprise level. So I do, enterprise SQL development. However, in the evenings, I change it up a little bit and we do web dev here. So using NoSQL databases and MERN stack web development. I'm affiliated with 100 Devs, which some of you may have heard of. Exclamation point Leon. There we go. That's some links for you. That's the 100 Devs group that I'm affiliated with. It's a free way to learn web development from scratch. And with no fees at all. Like, it's completely free. It's all community taught, great lessons. And what it does is it not only teaches you web development, afterward, it teaches you how to get a job. So a lot of the problem with most modern boot camps is that they teach web development and then they just kind of kick you to the curb, right? They're like, all right, you know this stuff now, go away, bye. And what this free group does is essentially teaches you web development and then holds your hand while you get a job doing what you want to do. So even though I'm not a web developer, I like to support 100 Devs because it is truly a zero to hero type program, and it's helped a ton of people get jobs. So that's my jam. Free stuff And seeing people succeed is my jam. So that's why I do what I do. Ah, purple elf. I see. So are you from the camp that says it SQL? That's what I'm getting from your comment there. Uh oh. I don't know if we can be friends. I do. I say SQL. Some people say SQL. We can politely disagree from opposite sides of the aisle, I guess. Learn to mern. Yeah. Drunk Uncle says, "Well, you are a web dev." Yeah, that's true. I mean, I do. I build apps. I do build apps, but it's not my day job. It's not what I'm necessarily paid for. But it is fun, and so sometimes fun is what matters. Oh, thank you, Dan. It's pronounced squell. Yeah, I think there's an XKCD comic about that. I just you just pronounce it squirrel, and everybody will be confused. I think that's the best way to do it. And that's you are correct. The original project in the back in the 1970s, SQL is a very old language. The original project for this database language was actually named SQL, like spelled out in all caps, because back in the 70s everything was all caps. But yes, it was originally named SQL spelled out, and then what resulted from that was the SQL language. SQL does roll off the tongue pretty nice. Yeah. Love you, purple elf. It's pronounced squeal. Yeah, squeal or squirrel. Those are both acceptable as well. Oh, thank you for the follows, folks. Ah, yes. Yeah, structured English query language. Yeah, that's right. And the thing I love about SQL is the thing I love about SQL is that it has a very English-like writing style, right? It's very similar when you write in SQL. It's very similar to just writing an English sentence, and so it makes it easier to pick up. That's part of one of the founding principles of the language was to make it easy to pick up for people who had never touched a computer before, because back in the 1970s a large majority of humanity had never touched a computer before. So yeah, that was one of the founding principles. When are we going to have Postgres Part 2? Yes. I need to talk to Leon about that when that's going to be. I really want to do it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, more Postgres, building an app with Supabase. Super fun. Yeah, hopefully before the end of the month is when I want to do that. Renamed in the 90s to Extreme Cool. Yeah. Y'all are funny. Yeah, it's only pronounced squeal when devs do four nested joins with no indexes, right? Oh man, back when I was a brand new to SQL and I didn't understand anything about it, and I was just like, I learned SQL on the job. Okay, I never had any background in coding. I didn't have a CS degree. I thought I was too dumb to be a programmer, and so I learned everything I know about SQL from working with SQL on the job. And so there was one time when I was brand new, I didn't really understand join types. And so I did like a massive cross join, like joining every row in one table to every other row in another table. And these were not small tables. And I did a huge cross join and I didn't understand what I had done. And the DBA, who was like a terrifying woman, came over to my cubicle and was so mad. I never did that again. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Yeah, that was the kind of mistake you only make once. Yeah, inner join, left join, those are your safe ones in general. Postgres always seems cool. It is cool. Yeah, SQL in general is cool. Once you learn one dialect of SQL, you can work with most other ones. Um, so I started out doing Microsoft SQL, T-SQL, and then I moved to Oracle SQL, and then I did a stream on Postgres SQL. So I mean, they're all pretty interchangeable. They have their differences, obviously, but they're you can you know translate between them pretty easily. 100 joins. We're all too dumb to be programmers, yeah. But the thing is, we do it anyway, and that's what matters, right? We're just baddies writing bad code. There's more than one. Yeah, there are. There's multiples. So what happened is, with a language that's that old from like the 1970s, you get big corporations coming in there and making their own versions that still correspond to the standard, because SQL at its core is basically just a set of rules. And so as long as your version corresponds to the rules, that's there's a bunch of different flavors out there that just kind of correspond to as many of the rules as they can for being SQL. Write enough bad code and something good happens. Yeah, I like that philosophy. So, Dan, essentially a cross join essentially takes every row in one table and joins it to every single other row in the other table, while the other table is doing the opposite, right? So you're taking a row in one table, joining it to every single other row in the other table, and then doing the opposite on the other side. And so you end up with a large multiple of all the rows in both tables, each joined to the other. Yeah, it's not good. You shouldn't do it, and that's why you probably never heard of it before, because you don't want to talk about it. Never again. Yeah. No bueno, bad idea. My favorite DB moment was when the dev sheepishly entered my office, closed the door, and asked, "Do we have backups?" Oh no. The dev had done an update of the company's license table with greater than or equals when it should have been at greater than. Oh no. Oh no. In production. That's the kicker. Oh man. Just get a new job at that point. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, you end up with a large, I don't know the exact multiple, but I can't math, but you end up with a large, a result that's way larger than it should be. Um, I've told this before, but since we have Raiders, I'll share this. Um, so my biggest database mistake was, again, I was, like I say, I learned SQL on the job, and at one point I worked for a company that had no dev environment. So you did it live or you didn't do it at all. So screen tests were just how we tested stuff every single time. It was not a good environment. And so I was just where I did regular updates to a lot of the data just live in production, just to keep it was a production facility. And so we did, you had orders moving around the production floor and they were being digitally tracked. And so I would do updates to this data to force orders to flow a certain way. If, a particular station was overwhelmed, I would route orders away from that station, and just kind of make sure things stayed on an even keel, right? And so there was one time, I think I was just like updating an address or something, right? An order was trying to ship, it couldn't ship. I figured out there was a problem with the address, and I was like, oh, I'll just fix this. Boop, 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 boop. Just wanted to update that one. So I did an update statement, update, update, I don't know, country name, equals United States. And I just, on the table, whatever. I forget what it was. So I just did an update statement. Update, da, da, da. Did anybody see what might be missing from that statement? Update country name. Update, update address. Set country name equals United States. What's missing there? Anybody who's vaguely familiar with SQL, tell me. Update address, by here I mean the address table, update address, set country equals United States. Yeah, it's missing a where clause, right? Yeah, we're missing a where clause on that statement, and that is something that I did in production. And so, for the entire world, yeah. So, but thankfully, the table was so large that the first thing that the client did was try to read in all the rows that it was going to be updating. So it was like pulling down all the rows first so it could update them. And once it took like 10 seconds and it was still running, I was like, wait. And I just remember it felt like somebody had, poured a bucket of cold water over my head. And I was just like, wait, something's wrong, something's wrong. And I immediately, killed it. Killed the query. Um, and luckily, it was still reading rows and it hadn't actually written an update. Um, yeah. So nothing got changed. Nothing was updated because I got lucky because it was such a massive table that it just took too. I was lucky I didn't get up from my chair and go do something else because I wouldn't have got there in time to stop it. So I was lucky I was sitting there, and I was lucky it was a very large table. Butterfly guy story. Oh yeah, the other fun production story that I have from that same workplace. Hang on one sec. Get a drink. Yeah. The other fun story I have from that workplace is, again, since we were doing everything in prod, the developers that were working on like the developer side of things, they actually did have a dev environment that they could work in, but it was not very clearly like labeled. The different environments were not very clearly labeled. And so he had been working on what we call a trigger, which is something that it's just a piece of code that fires when certain conditions are met. So, let's say when it encounters a record with a value of true on a certain field, then that trigger will fire automatically. You don't need to click run or anything like that. There's no interaction. It just, when it encounters a record that matches its conditions, it will fire. He was working on this trigger, didn't finish it, and didn't realize that he had been working in production instead of dev. So it was an unfinished trigger. And he saved it, essentially making it ready to run, and then went to lunch. So yeah, it started firing in production, and I only noticed when all of a sudden no orders could ship, nothing could flow, all of the like barcode scanners on the floor weren't working properly anymore, and I forget what values it tweaked, but yeah, it was bad. It essentially scrambled all of our data in production. And backups, what are those? Yeah, we didn't have sufficient backups. It was a whole thing. um, X68 says, question, what would you have done had it written some updates? Yeah. So I would have immediately run to my boss, groveled at his feet, and seen if we could, try to diagnose what records had been changed, how many had been changed, whether they were records for orders that had already shipped, whether they were old stuff that had already shipped. In that case, it probably didn't, wasn't like an immediate crucial problem. But if they were records for live orders, then yeah, those orders would have had to be caught, physically found on the production floor, put off to the side, and then, maybe roll back to backups, or, updating those records, as many as needed, back to their original address, by hand or something like that. Yeah, it would have depended on some various factors, but yeah, it would have sucked. So yeah. Backups aren't backups until you restore them. Absolutely, it's until you actually restore a backup, it's Schrodinger's backup, 100%. But yeah, so anyway, the fallout of that trigger, the one that fired when it shouldn't have done. So we figured it out pretty quickly when nothing was able to ship, when nothing was able to be scanned properly, that type of thing. Everything was breaking. We had a whole floor of shift workers that were completely unable to do their jobs. Right, there was nothing for them to do. Everything was digitally controlled. So they were just standing there like, what do we do? So yeah, we had to send everybody home because nothing was workable. Everything was scrambled. Try to get the backups rolled, backups in place. But unfortunately, as you often find with backups, they had stopped at some point and they were not current. So we had to bring in an outside company to help like forensically like recover the data as much as we could, and like try to undo the stuff that the trigger had done. And so that was a day when I ended up actually like sleeping on a couch, like in the production facility, like overnight, so that we could just go out at like 1 a.m. and try to test machines and things. Um, yeah, that was wild. I just remember sleeping on a couch, like a crappy leather couch in an office, and then like your walkie-talkie would go off. All right, we're ready to test. Let's go. Get on the floor. Like, oh god. And you got to go out and test machines. And we had like a skeleton crew of 5 very unhappy people, including me, that were all in the factory all night. But yeah, that developer was actually great. That was the only such mistake that this person had ever made. Fantastic person, and actually ended up being the leader of the dev team. And he never made a mistake like that again. Um, yeah, he wasn't fired, wasn't punished, and actually ended up being promoted in the end. Like, not because of that, but later. Because yeah, I mean, that was just the kind of mistake that just happens, and the fallout was caused by the fact that the appropriate safeguards weren't in place, right? So yeah, he did it, but the problem was that there were no guardrails, right? So yeah, that I mean, I feel like the right action was taken there. Some safeguards were put in place around the dev environments. Backups were made sure that they work. We got most of the data back. I think there was only a little bit that couldn't be recovered. Um, and yeah, so I think in the end result was good. Explaining the box checkers in compliance that backups are worthless in a live database in production. Yeah, and also that's true also, right? Is you're always writing live data. So a backup from last night is still not going to be, helpful. Having to stand up the parallel system with the backup and recreate data by comparing live to backup is always a good way to learn to code on the fly. Yeah, there's nothing like a crisis to help you learn new things. Yeah. Trauma-based learning, exactly, right? It's the kind of mistake you make it once and it never happens again. Like, I've never written an update statement without a where clause since that one day. It's just not something you do twice. Yeah, I just remember we had to pay like consultants like many thousands of dollars to help us recover that information overnight. It was nuts. I had someone screw up horribly once, and she thought we were going to fire her. I had to explain to her, if I fire you, I have to teach the next person everything I have taught you, and I have to teach the next person not to do what you just learned not to do. Why would I fire you? Yeah, right. That was an extremely costly teaching moment, right? And so you don't want to lose that cost, what you paid for it. Yeah. Oof. Deleting several tables. Ouch. Have you recreate customer data from a leucine index? Oh man. Yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. That's you might make a mistake like that, but like so many people have done the exact same thing. And it doesn't have to be necessarily SQL related. Like there's all sorts of mistakes that you can make. But it's probably happened before to somebody else. And generally the problem is not that you made the mistake. It's the problem is that the appropriate safeguards weren't in place to prevent damage from being done when you made that mistake. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, those stories are always fun. Not fun in the moment, but fun to tell later. Yeah. But yeah, so needless to say, I'm no longer at that place that had no developer environment or development environment for testing changes. My current employer has 4 environments before you even make it to prod. So you promote, like, we don't use all 4 all the time, but we have them, and we promote through at least 2 separate environments prior to making it to prod. And yeah, everything is robustly tested. Before it ever touches the prod server, it has been tested. It's been signed off at multiple levels, and that's really how it should be done. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. X68. So yeah, and despite doing that update statement that one time and catching it just in time, yeah, I'm now a senior developer. So, and like I said, I've never made that mistake again. Mm, yeah, yeah. Anytime you can have something peer reviewed, and that's actually what we do at my current employer is we have code walkthroughs, and they're actually in front of everybody. So we set aside time for as many people as can attend. And the person who has done the development work walks through what was done. We have certain things that we check off. Did you get this? Um, you know, show us how it runs, all that kind of thing. Show us the spec versus the finished product, that kind of thing. And yeah, I think it's a great way to do it and to make sure that what makes it into production is the best product that you can produce. So, yep, peer review, multiple environments, those are all things that produce better outcomes in the end. It's so relaxing to have more environments. Multiple eyes on things is usually very helpful. Like you all saw today. Use versus set on my style sheets. That would have taken me a lot longer to find if y'all hadn't seen it. And that's just because we had multiple eyes watching the same thing. So we've got several I love the little side conversations. Several developers who've been in the industry for a while talking about tools. I don't know what those tools are, but the Windows world is, I would agree with that, Farfin. The Windows world is highly backwards compatible, often to a fault, indeed. And rarely moves off of old tools. Yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah. All right, folks. Well, I think we're probably going to wrap it up here. We finished our project for today, but I have enjoyed the raid and talking to you all and sharing some more stories. But yeah, we did finish our project for today. I hope everybody enjoyed it who was here to code along with the project. And raiders, welcome to the stream. I hope to see you all in some future streams as well if you'd like to join. Learn some web dev or just refresh some of your older skills, some things you might not have touched in a while. Yes, of course. So Fafin, yeah. So you can call me Mayan if you'd like to, Mayan Wolf or Claire. My real name is Claire. I don't mind. So whatever you'd like to call me is fine, as long as it's nothing derogatory. Would make snarky chat comments again. Yeah. Feel free to ask whatever question you might have. What questions do you have about 100 devs, Fafin? I see SMB and I just think Super Mario Brothers. Yeah, Purple Elf is Maya, right? Yeah, exactly. It is funny. Our names are very similar. Well, my screen name and, their real name, but yeah. But yeah, what questions do you have, Fafin? Or if anybody else has questions about 100 devs, I'm happy to answer that as well. Yeah, community educator over there. Is Twitch a part of that gig, or do I do this on my own time? So yeah, I'm not paid for any of this. For any of my involvement with 100 devs, it's not a paid position. It's completely volunteer. I do it because I think it is an important contribution to the community at large. So Twitch is a part of that. It's what I spend the majority of my volunteering time on. However, I also spend time on the 100 Devs Discord answering questions. I spend time on the voice channels over there. Hang out on the Discord in general. So yeah, none of it's a paid position, but the majority of my time, I would say, I spend Twitch streams. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I do it because I like it, right? So like with anything, if you find something you're passionate about, it's great to volunteer for that cause, and I think this is fun. Are we using Cyclic for our backend hosting now? Yeah, I believe that is the preferred provider for backend hosting at the moment. I think, let's see, there was one other one. I don't remember what it was. But yeah, Cyclic is the one that I remember. Thank you, Motherboard. When can we redeem channel points for a Rate My Schema feature? Well, that's the kind of the question that you can ask on the Discord in one of the many code help channels. You can paste your schema and have people rate it and see whether they feel like it meets your data structure needs. No, sorry, Fabian. It is not my day job. No. My day job is I work for a major university, and I am a senior SQL developer for a major university, which deals with obviously large scale enterprise data. Um, and so, yeah, that's my day job is completely different from the type of things that I talk about normally on these streams, which is nice. It's refreshing, right? You like to spend time um, talking about things that are not the things that you do all day, right? So still, I get to learn web dev in my free time and then do my day job, which I also love, working with SQL during the day. So it's a pretty sweet gig, I gotta say. So yeah, my day job obviously pays the bills, and then 100 devs is just something fun that I, spend my time on in my off hours. And thank you for the followers, everybody. Got a ton of new followers. Thank you. Yeah, and there's other options if you're talking about hosting providers. Yeah, you got Cyclic, Render, Rail. That's Railway. That was the one I was trying to remember. Yeah, that was the other one I was trying to think of was Railway. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome, Fafin. Yeah. I don't know. It's teaching is a great way to learn, right? You learn new things when folks bring it up, and it helps cement concepts in your head. You can I feel like you don't really know something unless you can explain it to somebody else. Um, so yeah, you can think you know something, but then can you turn around and like tell somebody else what that thing is? If you can't, then you really don't know it. Yeah, and it looks like Rascal has tried most of those hosting providers. Um, Slower than Heroku. Which one? Oh yeah, okay. Render. Um, Slower than Heroku, but at least they give you unlimited apps. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, I haven't really experimented like across the board with those hosting providers, but yeah, R.I.P. Heroku. Bye Heroku. Exactly, Fafin. Yep, I completely agree. Any other questions from anybody? I'm happy to answer. Um, questions about 100 devs or whatever, anything you want. We will be wrapping up here shortly around, so I'll give it 10 more minutes. We'll wrap up around 8 o'clock. Well, 8 o'clock my time. I don't know what time it is where you live, but top of the hour. Starboy. That's a great question, Starboy. Have you ever had interview anxiety? If so, how do you deal with it? Absolutely. And I think most of us have had interview anxiety. Um, so I'll be real. I have been diagnosed with anxiety in my past by an actual professional. So, yes, I have some experience with that, quite a bit actually. And so, the best way to deal with interview anxiety is to come into it as prepared as you possibly can be. So, I actually love interview questions because a lot of them follow the same format. Um, so you're going to get a lot of the same questions over and over and over again. So the best thing that you can do for yourself is to practice the hell out of those questions, to say them in front of a mirror, to say them in front of a sibling or a partner or your dog, to ask those questions of yourself, and then come up with those snappy 2 to 3 sentence answers that you feel best answer the question and portray yourself in the best light. So, the best way to deal with interview anxiety or performance anxiety, public speaking anxiety, anything like that, is to just practice. And I know that sounds like a cop out answer, but it really isn't. The best way to deal is to practice until those answers are engraved in your brain and you don't even have to think about it. Because when you go into that interview, you're going to lose like 30 IQ points. Like your ability to think is just going to go down. And so how you can combat that is to just have those things so engraved in your brain that you don't even have to think about it to recall those. They just come to the front of your head and you're able to spout them out. because you've practiced those questions so many times. But yes, interview anxiety is absolutely normal, but it's something that you don't have to be afraid of. It's something that you can learn to harness, to turn that anxiety into energy, and then to manifest that as being alert, being aware in your interview. You'll be able to think faster on the fly, and channeling that into those answers that you just have down pat. Great question, though. Have you, Dan asked, sorry, I think I need to sneeze. 1 second. See if it actually happens or if it goes away. 50-50. Okay. Now that that's taken care of. All right. Dan asks, have you used any JavaScript ORMs for SQL databases? No, I have not. I mean, so with Supabase, like you have to do, if you want to connect to like Supabase as a backend, you have to use JavaScript to, connect your app, right? But as far as like specific ORMs, like standalone, I have not, just because I've always known SQL. I've never, I learned SQL way before I learned JavaScript. So I've always, if given the choice, I'll always just write pure SQL to talk to a database. Chris asks, are we still just doing Sunday streams for a while? Yes. That will probably change once the new cohort starts, whenever that may be. I have no more information than any of you. But then I'll probably go back to my 2-a-week schedule, just because it's easier for me to feed off of topics while class is actively running, right? But yeah, that's my plan at the moment. Glad you enjoyed the sneeze. Yeah, x68 brings up, the part of the logic behind interview questions is like, it's not necessarily about the question. It's about, okay, why is this question being asked? What do they want from me with this question? Are they trying to see how you handle conflict? Are they trying to see, how you handle stress? Are they trying to see what project you've done in the past? There's generally a core to the question, a reason why it's being asked. And if you can determine that by practicing beforehand, then you can go in with the best possible answer. Yeah. And interviewers are going to be, they've seen all types of people. They're going to be expecting some nervousness. You're not the only person that's ever been nervous in an interview. And so, you can just come in, be sweating a little bit, that's okay. They've seen it before. It's more about what you can do, like X68 said. Hassler said, did you also find 100 devs via Reddit like most of us? I did, yeah. And it just happened to coincide with a point in my life where I had just, I'd just gotten my most current SQL role, at my first senior role. And I was thinking, man, I've made it this far in my career, like to the senior level, and I only know SQL. Like, I didn't know any other types of languages. I thought web pages were black magic, sorcery, wizardry. Like they were literal magic. I didn't understand how they could possibly work. HTML, what's that? Never heard of it. And so I thought, man, I made it this far in my career with such a limited field of knowledge. Like, I need to learn more stuff. And so I'd started looking at boot camps. I didn't really want to blow 10 grand. And then I saw the Reddit post and I was like, probably a scam, right? Nothing is ever really free. Things in life are never free, right? That's just the thing that you say. Like, yeah, good things are never free, but at least there's no money down. So I'm going to try this. And I did. And it turns out it actually is free. And there never is anything to pay. And there's nothing that is expected from you in return, right? And that's why I love it so much. And that's why I'm still volunteering with 100 devs to this day. But yeah, I saw the Reddit post and I decided I would give it a chance and I stuck with it. And yeah, here we are. Yeah, Faffins, follow the links that are in chat. I can command those links again. Yeah, a lot of folks have jumped on the 100 devs hashtag because it got popular, and they try to leech off of it. But if you follow the links that I've just posted in chat there, those are the real legit links. Um, I would suggest checking out the website and the Discord. Um, those are great places to start. You can see some of Leon's past streams on the Twitch channel as well. There is a YouTube channel, and I apologize, I don't have a link queued up for that, but you should be able to find it, links to it on the Discord. Yeah. 5 years ago, I used to think HTML was a child language, that I only had to learn C and C++. Nope, completely wrong. Yeah, nope, you still got HTML is everywhere. Web pages are still black magic sorcery. You've just become a wizard. Yeah, that's fair enough. But the trick is the thing that so many people grow up not understanding, um, is that anybody can become a wizard. So everybody has the power. You just have to harness it. I spent most of my life believing that you had to have a CS degree to become a developer. That had to be some kind of special person to become a developer, and that is absolutely not true. Literally anybody can do it, and anybody should do it. Anybody should have the opportunity to try. Right? It shouldn't be behind a paywall. It should be free. You should be able to find all of the resources that you need to try. And then maybe you'll find it's not for you and you don't enjoy it, and that's fine. You go do something else. But anybody should be able to try it out for free and see if it's something they enjoy. X68, yeah, absolutely. Google is your best resource, certainly. Dr. Moto says, any podcast you listen to for web dev? I don't really listen to podcasts so much. I listen to a few, but they're more of um, uh, I like Business Wars and Against the Odds. I don't listen to like coding podcasts really because I'm a really hands-on person, and so I mostly like to just be like coding things and investigating them at the same time. So if I'm out walking and I'm listening to like a coding podcast, I would just be wanting to try the things that they're talking about, and I would just be frustrated because I would be out walking and not able to try those things. So, oh, no worries. Yeah, it's a very simple site, Faffin. But yeah, definitely check out the Discord. Um, it's the Discord is huge and extremely active. Um, yeah, do your own investigation, right? You don't got to listen to anybody else on the internet but yourself. Right, exactly. Dan says you don't have to. There's no such thing as having a knack for programming, right? Anybody can learn the skills with enough practice and work. And I've seen multiple people in the 100 devs community who started out really really struggling, like hardcore, really having difficulty picking up some of the basics. And now, I mean, I see them on Twitter getting clients and like building out like full stack apps and such. And it's like, yeah, the thing was they didn't have some magic sauce or anything like that. They just stuck with it until they figured it out. X68. Yeah, everybody has different paths, right? That's one of my favorite things about the tech world in general is that people just come from hella different backgrounds, right? You've got people from my manager at work right now. He has like a sociology degree. Like one of my coworkers has an English degree. Um, Another coworker that I've worked with in the past, yeah, didn't have a degree at all. They had a high school diploma, and they were way more senior than I was. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter. What matters is what you can do, and I think that's the best. I don't know. To me, that's like the best litmus test of success: is what can you actually do, not where do you come from, not what your background is. What can you do, and are you willing to learn? Hey, no worries, DevQuest. Good to have you here. Do we need to keep learning our whole life? Now we start learning coding. Things are changing. Yeah, things are always changing fast. It's never not been that way. It only feels fast because we're here right now. But things have always changed fast. And so the best thing you can do is just keep exploring new avenues, find new things that you're interested in, new tools. Keep building and building, and you'll be able to keep your skills up. Yeah, do what you love and build stuff, learn and work hard. Yep, exactly. Do you want to learn? Do you want to build stuff? Then you're probably going to be fine. See, if maybe it's the longest scam ever. You see, Leon first has to get all of us jobs. Then, over the next 5 to 10 years, get us all addicted to Pokemon. Exactly. And then, boom, sell their high value Pokemon stuff to 100 devs graduates. Yeah, I see it. I see how it works. Yeah. It's the long con. Making it so we all make so much money that we can afford to buy Leon's super rare Pokemon cards. I see how it goes. Gosh, despicable. All I have to do, is make $500,000 first or something like that. Oh, thank you, Ben. Thank you, Blank Fella. Yeah, my favorite ex coworker degree story is the guy with the MS degree in classical music composition. I asked, "Why did you end up in tech?" And he replied, "Because I like to eat and I hate fourth graders." Yeah, you know, I wanted to be an English major. I did. I have a, I am, I love writing and literature. I was an English minor in college. I was a stats major. English minor, and that was my favorite part. I still love it. I still love literature and reading and writing. But yeah, what pays the bills? Not that. And so you can find, but through coding, I found other passions. And so I enjoy coding, just as much. Well, maybe not as much, but it's still fun. Yeah, Faf, and you can post the link if you would like to. Yeah. Leon always says the difference between the people who make it to the end of the class and those that don't are the ones that just don't give up, the ones that keep powering through, even if it takes them twice as long to get it, even if they, have to stop for a little bit, take a break, refresh themselves, and come back. The ones that make it are the ones that want it. Yeah. Hat says, I'm on class 3. Hey, congrats. Go for it. Way to go. You've got the wonderful catch up crew on the Discord to help you along. Dr. Moto says, do you worry about intellectual property for any web dev ideas? I want to discuss what I'm working on with other devs, but I don't want the idea stolen. I don't know. I guess what I've seen is that a lot of things have been done before, and a lot of things are just variations of other things. And so, that's why GitHub is a thing, right? Everybody just putting their stuff out there. Unless it's owned by an actual like company, a lot of devs just put their stuff out there. I mean, it's not, yeah, somebody might make the $1 million app off of your idea, but probably not. You're probably better off discussing your ideas with others and improving them, um, and then making that $1 million app yourself because you've networked with other devs and gotten help and assistance from them. Dan, you think I write a lot of comments on my code? I'm terrible at commenting my code. What are you talking about? I suck at that. Yeah, and I mean, if your concern is you've come up with some sort of revolutionary idea, then yeah, you don't have to share the idea, but you can talk about pieces of your execution of that idea with others, small chunks of it, um, and get feedback on that. Hey, thank you, Faf, and I appreciate the support. I hope to see you around, at some point, maybe on the Discord, or, yeah, or back on the stream or whatever. Hope to see you in the community. It's coffee. Hat Knight says, I'm trying to read through the Shay How lessons. I try to put definitions and explanations in my Anki from those lessons. Yeah, absolutely. The thing about Shay How, uh, so Fafin, if you do exclamation point Leon, there's a link to the Discord there. I'll do it for you. There you go. So the Discord is the third link. First one is the website. Second one is the Twitch. Um, the third one is the Discord itself. Yeah. 100 Devs Discord. Yep, I don't have one personally. Um, as part of my association with 100 Devs, I do not have a personal Discord. That's just part of kind of making sure that folks stay on the 100 Devs Discord. Yeah. Nor do I particularly want to run and maintain my own Discord. It seems like a lot of work. I know a lot of people do, but I'm going to be lazy when I can. But yes, I appreciate the support, Fafin. But yeah, the 100 Devs Discord is where you can find me occasionally and lots of other great people. Head Knight says, I'm trying to read through Shay How. So yeah, what I wanted to say about that was Shay How is really tough. Yeah, I remember doing that and going like, oh. The thing is with Shay How, as long as you can apply the basics, that's the majority of what you're going to need. Get real familiar with HTML tags and how to structure your HTML. And then, I mean, that's the majority of what you're going to need. CSS becomes slightly less important once you start learning Flexbox. And then once you start getting into like the truly full stack development, you're going to need it even less. So you can most of the CSS stuff you can Google. But yeah, I would say make sure you got your HTML tags down pat. Know what they mean, know what they do, know how they work. That'll probably serve you the best. Faffin, yes. So, yeah, I actually do normally foster kittens for the animal shelter. And I usually have some. I don't currently have any at the moment. It's, the colder weather means there's just fewer at the moment. But once things start warming up, you better believe it, I'm going to be having me some kittens. Um, yeah, no, I love fostering. I've been doing it for oh boy, many years now, in a couple different states. But yeah, no, I'm currently lucky enough to actually have a house now instead of an apartment. And so I have a dedicated, space where I can foster kittens. And so I do that most of the year when there are kittens available. Everything from little tiny chicken nugget bottle babies to, more grown up kiddos. But I like the bottle babies just because they're the most vulnerable, and that takes a sort of a specific skill set. And I have that skill set, so those are the ones that I do. Yeah, and I have multiple kitten based rewards on my channel as well. Um, I have rewards where I can show a kitten on cam. I have a reward where you can name one. Yeah, and oftentimes I'll even just show pictures of them on stream, just because I can. I frequently ask God why I'm allergic to cats instead of people. Oh, well, that's why you have the kitten cam, so they don't actually have to be in your vicinity. Madeline, yeah, can't wait for the kittens to come back. Yeah, they love the meow box that you sent. Those toys have been a big hit. There was a toy, I think it was in the first one that had like lots of dangly little pom poms, and man, that one was like toy numero uno for a long time. I'm sure it'll be with the next batch as well. Select kitten from Litterware, yeah. Oh, thank you, Madeline. Yeah, those toys have been a big hit, especially the fabric washable ones. Those are great. Oh, yeah, I will definitely check out those links. I don't normally visit external links on stream just in case, but I will trust me, I will check out those links after the stream and probably enjoy them greatly. Yeah. Any last questions or anything that people want to talk about? I've been really thank you raiders for coming in and spicing up the conversation as always. I love a good raid. Um, we will find somebody else to pass the love along to. What we like to do is continue the raid if we get one. So I am going to pull up my little window here. All right. Let's find somebody to raid. Like I said, pass the love along. We do this every time usually. Madeline says, I forgot I was in your stream for a second. Almost said, mine's on Raider. No, you're already here. Raidception. Oh, no. All right. We've got our ever reliable friend, CM Griffin. We've also got, I see Team Vash is on as well. I'm open to other suggestions, preferably in the software and game dev space. If anybody has anybody else they would like to suggest, otherwise I'll probably pick CM Griffin or Team Vash. Oh, Bash Bunny, they're on. All right, let's see. Double check that they are doing coding stuff. All right, yeah, it looks like they are. We can check them out. All right, let's go ahead and raid Bash Bunny. And I will see you all back here next Sunday. I'm not quite sure what we'll be talking about yet, but something fun, I'm sure. So, yeah, in the meantime, I hope everybody has a great week, and I will see you all again Sunday. Raid is starting now. You're welcome. And again, I hope everybody has an excellent evening. More React? Yeah, we might be able to do some more React. Sounds fun. Okay, rating now. Here we go. Bye-bye.